Iran has been firing at a much higher rate than it had in the 2025 war. It is supposed to have an arsenal. By normal estimates, the more popular estimates are 3,000. There are estimates that go up to 5,000 also. It is producing them in-house in underground factories. Its drones figures vary from 30 to 80,000. They are all being produced. The Shahid drones are being used by the Russians. They are so good. The Shahid drones have been copied by the Americans, and they have called them low cost, unmanned aerial vehicle, LUCAS, which they are using against Iran, right? So those drones are that damn good. The accuracy of the Iranian missiles is a quantum jump from what we saw in 2025 and earlier. Previously, they were largely based on the American GPS, which the Americans could switch off, spoof. Now they are based on the Chinese Bidiao GPS, and they are very, stunningly accurate. The accuracy levels have gone many-fold over last time. So the simple point at issue is these missiles are more accurate. Iranian strategy was, we'll fire off the subsonic, supersonics first, make the Israelis, Americans exhaust their interceptor missile stocks, bring about an exhaustion of the missile stocks, interceptor missile stocks, and then start using the hypersonics.
It seems modern warfare is no longer just about powerful weapons. It is also about who can afford to keep fighting. Iran's inexpensive drones are forcing its rivals to fire some of the world's most expensive missiles. A drone worth tens of thousands of dollars can trigger an interceptor worth millions. And that economic imbalance is slowly reshaping the battlefield. Because in today's wars, sometimes the cheapest weapon can create the most expensive problem.
All right, viewers, there's another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment, and this is about Donald Trump speaking on the ongoing war and also the oil waiver. Now, US President Donald Trump has said that Washington granted India a 30-day waiver to continue buying Russian oil to take the pressure off the India and global energy markets as a crisis deepens over the closure of the Strait of Hormuz amid the escalating Iran war. Now, US President Donald Trump said that I would do it just to take a little of the pressure off. We have got a lot of oil. Our country has a tremendous amount of it, and there's a lot of oil out there. So Donald Trump said that 30-day waiver to take pressure off the global energy markets, that includes India also, and also went on to claim that we have a lot of oil. US President Donald Trump says that I would do it just to take a little of the pressure off. We have got a lot of oil. Our country has a tremendous amount, and there's a lot of oil out there. So this comes from US President Donald Trump.
Temporarily allow certain Russian oil sales to India. Are you considering any other moves, including the SPR?
Well, if there were some, I would do it just to take a little of the pressure off. But I think that the oil pressure, but there's a lot of oil. We've got a lot of oil. Our country has a tremendous amount, and there's a lot of oil out there. That'll get healed very quickly.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, as the Iran war escalates, reports say that Iran's new supreme leader to be selected in a meeting. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi accuses US of attacking freshwater desalination plant on Gulf Island.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems, the U.S. deployed air, naval, and surveillance power across the region.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع
Resilience is not about survival. Resilience is rather about triumph. We're being joined by Deepa Malik, a Padma Shri awardee and India's trailblazing para-athlete, a symbol of courage and determination. She made history by winning silver at the 2016 Rio Paralympics, inspiring millions across the nation. She's broken barriers in sports, proving that limits only exist in minds. Her journey continues to motivate generations to dream bigger and aim higher and go better. Her journey, it is one of resilience, grit, and absolute determination towards her craft, her sport, and dedication towards her nation. Please join me in looking at what her life journey is like.
I still remember that one of my first interviews was with ma'am, almost a decade ago, and her journey was so touching that till date, whoever I meet, I always go back to your story. And indeed, that's why we have you here. And, there's so many medals to your name, so many awards, recognition. You continue to serve the cause. Your mantra has always been ability beyond disability. You've always spoken about it, ma'am. But if I go back to the young Deepa, what were her dreams like? What was her vision of life like?
I think a young Deepa was more an outdoor Deepa. She always wanted to be outside in the open, enjoying the nature. It could come in any form. It could come in the form of picnics, travel, outdoors, activities. It could also be in form of sports. I loved it when my father would move on transfers. And that is one place where I was totally opposite than my mom, because my mom took change not so easily. But to me it meant, oh my God, we're going to go in a long train journey, there's going to be a new home, a new place. So I think that was Deepa. That is something which would define me. And that also became an indication when I wasn't well. Because the moment my father saw that I'm not going out to play, and coming back from office, he would find me sitting inside the house, he instantly knew that there is something wrong with her. There is some weakness in her body, because seeing a girl sitting inside and a girl called Deepa was not something which my father accepted, and that led to discovery of my childhood illness.
Very important to understand the role of course, we'll come to how women empower women, but also the men in a woman's life, a man in a woman's life, a father, a husband, or a brother. They are equally important. How did...
I think I was a person who really didn't have to turn around and take permissions, or I never took permissions. I just said, I want to do this. If they were there, they were there. If they were not there, at least they were not obstructions. They let me be. They let me follow my heart. I don't know if I did not give them a choice to do that, but there wasn't much controversies, or there wasn't much arguments about what I wanted to do. If they were up to it, they were there. If they were not up to it, I had the freedom to do what I want. And I think that made me feel even more empowered. For example, when I had to move to Delhi, when I decided at the age of 40 that I need to play. I was living out of a farmhouse. I had a small garden restaurant business which was running successfully. Occasionally I would go out and play as and when the competitions were there. But by the age of 40, when I got an opportunity to play at the Commonwealth Games, I understood what it is to seriously play for a country. If you really want to put your best foot forward, you have to train. And it cannot be a training of 20 days or 40 days. You have to get out there and train tirelessly for months, for years, if you want to reach to a podium where you can fly the tricolour high. Which meant I had to take leave from my daily routines of a housewife or of a mother and shift my base to Delhi, where I could parallelly find opportunities to talk about better policies, to knock at the doors of the offices that mattered. And also, because we had had Commonwealth Games in Delhi, and Commonwealth Games are inclusive format, so there was some, like a starting point of where somewhere the organization understood that yes, there are para sports. I did not want to leave that opportunity.
Continuing to dream, ma'am, that has been a story which sometimes, leads to a question that with such difficulties that is called a disability, can, stop anybody, that can send the message to the brain that out of everything, why do I need to play? Why do I need to go to that international level?
They say the necessity is the mother of invention. And for me, it was absolutely necessary to create a world which I dreamt of as a person with disability for my daughter. My elder daughter was very young when she met with an accident. And it has been a journey of a mother in disability, bringing up a daughter in disability. Both of us going for our rehabilitation at the same time. And how the world perceived the fact that here is a woman who has chest below paralysis. Here is a daughter who has hemiplegia, the left side of her body is paralyzed. And the second child is also a girl child. So what is going to be the future? And the questions were even heard when as a child I was paralyzed. I could see my mother eyes tearing up. So I wanted to be that mother who led with an example. And everybody said, leave India, go abroad, you will have a better this thing. And even when I was trying to learn the new techniques, I was trying to do the rehabilitation, I was trying to find and celebrate life because I was told that I can die. I may not live after repetitive tumor surgeries. I was counting my survival as a blessing, whereas people were looking at my life as a sad story, wheelchair bound, and somebody who will never be able to step out of the house. That gap between the perception of how I was celebrating life and how people were imposing their views, I think people were more paralyzed in their thought and their vision. People were more disabled than I actually was feeling. I was grateful that I could be there to watch over my two daughters. So what, from the bed? So what, sitting in a wheelchair? So what, at least they will come back home and I'll be able to help them with their homeworks. At least I'll be able to see, if I'm not able to cook for them, I'll be able to see what tiffin is being packed for them. Is it nutritious enough? Is it time for them to buy new clothes? To be there when they're getting into their teens and their hormonal changes are happening, to be able to be a friend, a confidant. But why people were creating that wall around us? And that's where I felt that I need to do something so that I can also rediscover a Deepa which loved outdoors, which loved travel. And I said, why disability word cannot have fashion, fun, frolic, picnics, travel, adventure, sports, fitness attached to it. I started on a journey called Ability Beyond Disability, and I said, I am going to start doing something to empower myself and change the perception and outlook in the society. I did not know that what I am going to pursue thereafter is going to be not just life-changing for me or my daughter, but is going to result into policy changes. It's going to result into inspiration for many girls to come out. Even a small thing like on their social media, girls sitting on wheelchairs would only put, half a selfie or just a selfie. They won't show the body. And now they very stylishly wear boots and dresses, and they're proud to be on the wheelchair because I call it my wheelchair and not a wheelchair.
Big round of applause for that. I think that's a mantra that I think nobody could forget. It's a wheelchair. And you've inspired a will for several women and beyond disability, for every woman who's listening to you right now. And I can understand from what you just said that your mother is also a source of inspiration for you. And how do you see women, inspiring women in athletics, in different walks of life? How do you see, or what has been your experience that how women can actually give that strength to womanhood?
I think we need to inspire each other. We need more women in the ecosystem. For example, you say sports. The moment my medal was won in 2016, many women had that belief and aspiration that if Deepa at the age of 46 can do it, and in such severe disability, then why not explore this sports journey? It can be empowering, it can be a career for you, it can be financial independence. Now, of late, thanks to Honorable Prime Minister's vision, the policies have become so inclusive, and you can actually be a breadwinner. I've seen so many women come out from underprivileged sector of society, and now they are the leading breadwinners. I'm proudly saying that for last how many years I have not taken a penny, and my husband very proudly says that both the daughters are being married in such lavish and stylish way because Deepa can afford it. I'm just a retired army man. As long as I was just homebound, bedridden, a little sad in the beginning, trying to balance my emotions, people would pass some comment or the other. But the moment I started achieving, I became a biker, then a swimmer, then started doing car rallies, and then playing and winning medals. The perception changed. So I think it's more about how you treat yourself and how women around you treat you. For example, my daughters, they have always drawn me in the outfit of a superwoman. Even as a kid, when they used to make my drawings, they would give me a red cape and that blue little costume, or they would put wings on my wheelchair. They never felt that I was bound. They never added chains to my wheelchair. And when I was growing up, I saw my mother taking part in all the social activities of the army welfare. When we looked at the old pictures, we saw her leading a NCC parade, wearing a crisp uniform. She was part of the rifle shooting team of Maharaja Karni Singh. She was always debating and winning prizes. So I think this is something you hand over to your next generation. And that's how even my mother-in-law, for that matter, when we used to eat post-surgery, I had a different diet. The moment I would sit on the dining table and eat, and I would feel very tempted to eat. Obviously, when you're eating with the family and there are various goodies on the table, you get tempted to eat. And I really have to watch my weight. I can't overeat because the activity at that point is less. So I would avoid eating on the table and eat in the room. And someone passed a comment, oh my God, the Bahu has an attitude. She doesn't come out when the family is eating. And my mother-in-law would turn around and say, bhajan and bhojan ekant ka hona chahiye. So, you know how you can stand up for each other, become each other's wind beneath the wings.
In your understanding and in your experience having worked for policy making as well, where do you feel that there needs to be more work done? And have we reached all corners of this country when it comes to Paralympics, when it comes to women in sports, and especially those you want to go beyond their disabilities?
Yes, I think progress is something which is always going on. So we cannot say that we have done enough yet. Good beginning is half done. So the beginning is very well done. Structural changes to make them inclusive. And I think state policies also have to become more robust, because the central government has done its bit by leading with an example. And slowly we are seeing all the states, governments are also adopting the respective policy changes. What I need to say here is, if you ask me, that school programs should become more inclusive, and they should become the nurseries of parasports as well. And every PTI teacher or anybody who's in the coaching field should also have coaching in their respective parasport. So if you're doing athletics, you should know about para-athletics. If you're doing swimming, you should know about para-swimming. Because there are nuances that you need to learn. There are different rules, assistive aids, gadgets. So if the same coach knows about the para-sport, because we have one of the largest population of persons with disability, and this is the biggest way to make your nation look Viksit. When a person with disability is empowered, and especially women of a country, then it reflects on the health of the nation and the growth of the nation.
You also feel that there's it's very crucial for the perception to also change?
Definitely, because we often talk about equal opportunities, but then are we also parallelly looking at equity? Because opportunities without equity, inclusion without equity is incomplete. So, you can't just be ticking off a tick saying, okay, 3 slots are kept for person with disability. But if you haven't made your bathrooms accessible or given them a special desk to work on or have the right kind of softwares given for a person, tools given to the person. So give them an equal field of play. And that's where we see, so that's where the perception comes in. And it is a need of the hour. If people stop thinking and taking it as a favor to be done or a good deed to be done, no, I think this is every citizen's right as per the Constitution. Every woman and every woman in disability is entitled to have an empowered life, a life where they can pursue their vision, their dreams. And that is something I stand up for, and that is what I continue to work with. Even after retiring from sports, I felt that it was my duty to give back to the sports. And here I am. It's an ongoing journey. And if anybody reads my book, I have recently written my autobiography. And so you can see that it has nothing to do with disability or gender. It is a story of resilience. Resilience, determination, self-belief. They are not gender-based. They're human qualities. And every person should be looked upon as a human. And that is how every woman should also perceive themselves as.
What would you tell a woman today who sometimes, there might be a moment and she might say, I need to maybe stop. I might need to just back out. What should she counter this thought with?
I think if you are willing to learn, you will be able to find solution to any problem. You just have to continue to learn and adapt to the circumstances and the change. And I think adapting and accepting a change itself means that you have been able to upskill yourself to accommodate that disruption, to overcome that obstruction. And that's what I have done. I have always continued to learn. If I set myself a new target, and every time keeping a different target, every time setting a new record or a new training program, even the sports kept changing. Change is inevitable, and change means it can come in any form. It can come in form of obstacles, adversities, a little bit of agony, all those negative things can also be changed. How you convert it into goodness, how situation may not be in your hands, but reaction definitely is in yours. So my message to women would be that please be willing to learn, please be willing to adapt and upskill yourself. And I think that is nothing but a habit of never giving up. And they say excellence is not an act, it's a habit. And habit happens with the right practice. So feed yourself with the right skill and the right positivity. And be prepared to learn, because that is what is going to get you prepared. Even when I was going for my surgery, and when doctor had said that you may not survive. And if you survive, your spinal cord will be damaged. So instead of lamenting, cribbing, being angry at my fate, I switched to a solution mode. I started talking to doctors, what will I need? So I kept my faith alive, and I said, okay, I'm coming back alive. So if I'm coming back alive, I'll need a specialized bed, I will need a water mattress, I need to, because I'll be gone for a long time, I need to keep my expensive items safe, because husband was at the Kargil war, he wasn't at home. I needed extra help for the home. I needed to create ramps, customize the bathroom. So whatever I could do, in short, I prepared myself to get paralyzed. And that is how I felt confident even while I was at the hospital getting my surgery done.
You talked about targets. You're unstoppable. What's your next target, ma'am, if you may know?
Definitely, I've written a book, so I'm a young author right now. I love the word young author because my book is just a few months old. So it takes me to various schools. It's not about the book, it's about teaching the younger generation the mantras that I have followed, whether it is resilience, positive attitude, setting goals, and having the courage to reach and achieve those goals. What is discipline? What is self-confidence? So I enjoy these book sessions at the moment. Definitely, I have responsibility of 7 countries, the South Asian representative in the Asian board. We are working a lot in women in sport committees. We are developing good relations with the neighboring countries. And India is in leadership role at the moment. So we are understanding that responsibility and helping our smaller countries with less help and infrastructure. So that is also one field of duty. Working a lot in Assistec. I'm a director with the Assistec Foundation, where we are creating incubators for persons with disabilities to get proper job through technology, and help startups which are doing a lot of work in the disability sector. Parallelly, I'm doing my mother's duty. Both my daughters are getting married. So as right now also, I'm getting ready for their reception and their marriage. So that is another milestone that I'll be achieving. So yes, a lot is going on, and definitely I feel that when I look back at my journey, I feel like a responsible citizen, because as citizen of our country, we keep focusing on our rights. The moment you get educated, you talk about, this is my right, this is my right. But I make an appeal to all women especially, because you are 50% of the country's population. Know your rights, but at the same time, know your duties, because each one of us has to become a building block in the nation building.
And finally, ma'am, if you could just define what womanhood really means to you. What's your definition of womanhood?
My definition of womanhood is somebody who's able to live happily, pursuing their dreams, and having a great balance. And balance essentially doesn't mean that you can do everything. Womanhood should not be filled with any guilt. Woman should be something which should be celebrated, which should be enjoyed, which should be empowering, and which should also be where you pass on the baton. When I say pass on the baton, as a woman, help more women, create a tribe, and stand by each other. Be able to stand up and give a standing ovation to any woman who is doing well and who is working honestly to make a great life.
How empowerment begins with your own self. A woman should not just seek empowerment. It's not granted that we need to empower ourselves. What's your take on that?
I think if my take on empowerment is like I told you earlier also, people will look at you the way you look at yourself. So first you have to fall in love with yourself. Stop comparisons. We each one have our own journey. We each one have our own paths. The moment we try to walk somebody else's journey is where the confusion begins. So just feel proud of who you are and find your ikigai, find what you are meant to do. And today, through our foundation, Wheeling Happiness, we are empowering so many more women, so many more people in disability. So I think that is where it all begins, where you can find yourself within yourself and then fall in love with that self, so that when your soul is happy, you can make better decisions, you can give back more.
Absolutely, ma'am. You've always been an inspiration for everyone, and you continue to be a role model. And I really, really thank you for once again joining us here on the Republic stage and sharing your journey. And of course, your inspiring words are always a gem for any woman or even a man who wants to create his own life and shine. Thank you so much. Big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, the fallout of the war that's going on in West Asia continues to escalate by the day. In the latest, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is claiming that United States is destroying key infrastructure in Iran, including a desalination plant in the capital. Now, after that, water supply to 30 villages have been disrupted. We get you all the latest on this war, but first, the headlines. Unprecedented war of words as President Murmu criticizes Mamata government. President Murmu claims state denied permission for tribal event. PM Modi slams Mamata Banerjee's government over insult to Draupadi Murmu during Bengal visit, says TMC has crossed all limits. Trump claims United States strikes wiped out 42 Iranian Navy ships, Air Force communications. As the Iran war escalates, reports say that Iran's new supreme leader to be selected in a meeting soon. Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi accuses United States of attacking freshwater desalination plant on the Gulf island. Now, a big breaking news coming in from Iran, and this after Iran struck multiple oil facilities across the Middle East. Now, Israel has struck an oil facility inside of Iran in the capital, Tehran. Massive, huge flames on your screens. You can see the videos. Will just play out in a bit. This after Israel hits oil depot in Tehran. So these are the freshest strikes. Now, remember, this is the first time that Israel has struck an oil facility in Iran, and especially in the capital of Tehran. You can see 3 visuals, all of these from the strike that was taken place by Israel on Iranian oil facility. Huge smoke, massive fire broke out. These are the fresh visuals where we are seeing how the tensions are escalating between Israel and Iran. We have also seen how Iran continues to strike infrastructure in Israel. Earlier, we saw how Iran struck Haifa port in Israel, and these are the fresh latest strikes by Israel where it struck oil facility in Tehran. Of course, damaging the key infrastructure, dealing a huge blow to the key infrastructure in Tehran, oil facilities being hit by Israel. These are the fresh visuals that we're getting you from Tehran, where Israel is hitting key infrastructure in Tehran, in Iran. Now, earlier we have already seen how massive casualties took place in the US strikes, but these are the fresh updates that we're getting you. Now, in another big breaking news coming in, and now heavily armed police has been deployed outside the US Embassy in Oslo in Norway, following reports of an explosion heard near the embassy. Now, search operations are underway as of now, but this is a big news that we're getting you, where explosions were heard near the US Embassy in Oslo in Norway. Now, what led to this explosion is yet to be ascertained. Now, police, of course, investigating what led to this explosion, but this is a news that's coming in on the back of the war that's going on in West Asia. We've already seen how US embassies and consulates are being hit across Gulf nations. Earlier, we saw how a US consulate in Dubai witnessed a drone strike, and also US embassy in Baghdad also came under fire. But these are the fresh visuals that we're getting you from Norway. And another big update coming back to back. Lebanese media is now reporting at least 3 people have been killed and 9 have been injured in a drone strike at a hotel in Beirut. This as Israeli strikes continue in Beirut against Hezbollah. These are the latest developments that we're getting you, where 3 people have been killed in Lebanon in precision drone strikes that hit a hotel in Beirut. So civilian casualties continue to rise in Beirut as well, as Israel retaliates to the strikes that started off by Hezbollah after the West Asia war kicked off. So these are the visuals of the strikes that took place in the Lebanese capital in Beirut, where 3 individuals lost their lives. Now remember, Israel is trying to deal a huge blow to the key infrastructure that's there of Hezbollah in Lebanon, where Hezbollah is carrying out all sorts of intel operation activities in Lebanon. So Israel trying to damage key infrastructure of Hezbollah in Lebanese capital in Beirut. These are the freshest strikes that we are seeing. You can see the visuals on your screen. These are the visuals after the explosion that took place in Beirut, claiming 3 innocent lives. Now, the United States has successfully wiped out most of the Iranian navy, is what Trump claims. Donald Trump also claimed that US has sunk 44 Iranian naval ships, and also claimed that US has obliterated the Iranian Air Force, destroying each and every plane of Iran. Here is what he said. Take a listen.
Accomplished more in 1 week than anyone thought possible. We've wiped out their Navy, 44 ships. We've wiped out their Air Force, every plane. We've wiped out most of their missiles. You see, the missiles aren't coming much anymore. We've also hit their manufacturing areas where they make the missiles very hard. Their drone capacity is way down. And we've hurt them where it hurts. Including about every form of leadership you can have, we've wiped out. Their military is almost non-existent, if you look. We could hit their military itself very hard, but maybe we will, maybe we won't. We haven't made that determination.
When questioned about what exactly he meant by unconditional surrender, here's what he said.
Unconditional, not conditional. I said unconditional. It's where they cry uncle, or when they can't fight any longer and there's nobody around to cry uncle. That could happen too, because we've wiped out their leadership numerous times already. So it's if they surrender, or if there is nobody around to surrender, but they're rendered useless in terms of military.
When asked about whether Russia is supporting Iran in the war against the US, here's what he said.
No, I haven't had that. I haven't had no indication of that whatsoever. If they are, they're not doing a very good job, because Iran is not doing too well.
Now, the Iran-Israel war continues to escalate with fresh strikes, rising casualties and growing global involvement. Explosions rocked western Tehran overnight as Israeli warplanes targeted the Iranian capital. Iran has also launched another wave of retaliatory strikes against Israel and Gulf states hosting US forces. Take a look.
Several explosions heard across western Tehran as Israeli warplanes carried out fresh strikes on the Iranian capital overnight. Iran responded with another wave of retaliatory attacks, targeting Israel and Gulf countries that host American military forces. US President Donald Trump appeared to rule out negotiations, calling for Iran's unconditional surrender in a social media post. Trump also told US media that the US will be involved in choosing Iran's next leader. Meanwhile, US intelligence officials say Russian President Putin's government has been providing Iran with information that could help target American warships. It marks the first indication that Moscow may be getting directly involved in the conflict. Putin also spoke with Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, expressing condolences over the reported killing of Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei. The death toll continues to climb, with at least 1,230 people killed in Iran, more than 200 killed in Lebanon, and around a dozen killed in Israel. As the Middle East war continues and neither side is ready to step down, the conflict now spirals into a deeper regional issue.
Now, Iranian strikes hit a tower in Dubai Marina on Saturday, leaving smoke rising from its facade. Now, debris from an intercepted Iranian projectile had caused minor damage to the exterior of the building in the marina. Dubai's government confirmed the incident shortly, saying air defense systems had successfully intercepted the incoming projectile. Take a look. Hours after Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian said that neighboring countries won't be attacked, an Iranian drone hit a tower in Dubai Marina in UAE. Debris from the intercepted Iranian projectile caused minor damage to the exterior of a building in the marina. Dubai's government confirmed the incident shortly after the strike. The government said that the air defense systems had successfully intercepted the incoming projectile. No injuries were reported from the incident. So, was Iran's apology to other Gulf nations sincere? Only time will tell. Now, the head of Britain's armed forces has rejected criticism that the military was ill-prepared for conflict in Iran and said that we are in probably the most dangerous period in decades. Now, the criticism came from United Kingdom's allied nations over its response to the Iran crisis, particularly over the defense of Cyprus, where a UK base was struck by a drone earlier this week. More in this report.
As UK entered the West Asia war, the head of Britain's armed forces, Knighton, has rejected criticism that the military was unprepared for the Iran war.
Well, I completely reject that criticism. If we just look at the facts, so for several weeks now we've been bolstering our presence and the forces in the Middle East, particularly at Cyprus, and doing that in consultation with our regional partners. We've added additional Typhoons, F-35, over 400 people to help protect and defend the airspace around Cyprus. And even as late as Wednesday, Thursday, before the war started, Donald Trump was talking about a peaceful resolution. When the war started on Saturday, it became clear over the next 48 hours that Iran's response was going to be very much broader, wild and indiscriminate and rather reckless compared to what we saw in the 12-day war last summer.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer sent a warship to Cyprus after a Royal Air Force base was struck by an Iranian drone on Monday. It comes as the British military deployed 4 additional Royal Air Force Typhoon fighter jets to Qatar on Saturday as the war escalates.
Well, I think that's a question we will need to ask the President, but also to see how that plays out on the ground. So far, what we've seen is the Iranian regime has shown defiance and has continued to launch reckless attacks against people right across the region, many of whom had nothing to do with the original attacks on Iran. But it's also very clear that the Americans and Israelis are fighting very hard and causing enormous amounts of damage to Iran's ability to strike at our regional partners and our interests in the region.
Separately, Knighton added that the war in the region is probably the most dangerous time of the last 30 years that he has been in uniform.
What the Prime Minister and the Defence Secretary have made clear, and what's very clear to me, is that this is probably the most dangerous time of the last 30-odd years that I've been in uniform. And it's very clear that the demands on defence are rising, and that's why I think the Prime Minister said in his Munich Security Conference speech that we needed to spend more on defence and do it faster, and you won't be surprised that I agree wholeheartedly with what the Prime Minister said.
Knighton also debunked claims that cuts in UK's military have slowed down the UK's response and signalled that the UK could join more proactive strikes in the future. Britain has been criticised by allies over its response to the crisis, particularly over the defence of Cyprus, where a UK base was struck by a drone earlier this week.
Now, Iran has also accused the US-Israeli forces of striking a vital civilian infrastructure. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi described the strike as blatant and desperate. Watch this report.
It's the 9th day of war. Israel and US have conducted many waves of strikes against Tehran, hitting key military infrastructure, air defense systems, missile launchers and communication systems. Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has leveled a serious allegation against the US armed forces. An attack on a freshwater desalination plant. Abbas Araghchi warned that such attacks set a dangerous precedent. Araghchi added that attacking Iran's infrastructure is a dangerous move with grave consequences. As per Iran, the attack on the desalination plant has disrupted water supply to 30 villages. Concerns were raised about the humanitarian impact in the region. Iran's IRGC has also claimed to take revenge. IRGC claimed it struck the United States Dhafra Air Base in Bahrain. IRGC claims that it was the same base that was used to strike the desalination plant.
Now, Iran's low-cost drones, in fact, are emerging as a major challenge for some of the world's most advanced air defense systems. While an Iranian drone can cost around $35,000 to produce, intercepting it often requires firing a Patriot missile worth nearly $3.7 million. This massive cost gap is forcing countries in the Gulf region, including the UAE, to spend heavily just to neutralize relatively inexpensive aerial threats. Now, drones like the Shahid 136 and Shahid 131 are designed to be cheap, simple, and launched in large numbers. Military experts believe that this strategy can strain expensive air defense systems over time. As drone warfare evolves, the real battle may not just be about firepower, but about who can afford to keep defending the skies. Here is a full report.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God!
شوف الكلب يهرب الكلب يهرب أمريكي أمريكي أمريكي
Iran's drones are becoming one of the most widely used weapons in regional conflicts and attacks. Patriot PAC-3 interceptor used by Gulf nations costs about $3.7 million. These high-tech interceptors were originally designed to stop ballistic missiles. Now they are being used to stop slow-moving drones.
مفلح ابدا ابدا والله هذا يخوف هذا يخوف دير بالك لا والله يخوف يخوف هذا دير بالك منطقة مرجع حمام
Iran has been firing at a much higher rate than it had in the 2025 war. It is supposed to have an arsenal by normal estimates. The more popular estimates are 3,000. There are estimates that go up to 5,000 also. It is producing them in-house in underground factories. Its drones figures vary from 30 to 80,000. They are all being produced. The Shahid drones are being used by the Russians. They are so good. The Shahid drones have been copied by the Americans, and they have called them low cost, unmanned aerial vehicle, LUCAS, which they are using against Iran, right? So those drones are that damn good. The accuracy of the Iranian missiles is a quantum jump from what we saw in 2025 and earlier. Previously, they were largely based on the American GPS, which the Americans could switch off, spoof. Now they are based on the Chinese Bidiao GPS, and they are very, stunningly accurate. The accuracy levels have gone many-fold over last time. So the simple point at issue is these missiles are more accurate. Iranian strategy was we'll fire off the subsonic, supersonics first, make the Israelis, Americans exhaust their interceptor missile stocks, bring about an exhaustion of the missile stocks, interceptor missile stocks, and then start using the hypersonics.
It seems modern warfare is no longer just about powerful weapons. It is also about who can afford to keep fighting. Iran's inexpensive drones are forcing its rivals to fire some of the world's most expensive missiles. A drone worth tens of thousands of dollars can trigger an interceptor worth millions. And that economic imbalance is slowly reshaping the battlefield. Because in today's wars, sometimes the cheapest weapon can create the most expensive problem.
All right, taking a short break. Coming up, Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi accuses United States of attacking freshwater desalination plant on the Gulf Island.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems, the U.S. deployed air.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Please stop!
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
Privileged to invite Sadhvi, Jaya, Bharti on the stage, who will be in conversation with my colleague, Ishita Mitra.
Thank you for joining us and for agreeing to share your story on this platform with us.
Republic has taken real effort in bringing out real stories that truly matter. I really compliment that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Of course, it is the day where we celebrate the stories from the ground, stories that have made changes, stories that talks about transformation. Now, because we're talking about stories, let's rewind a little bit and start with your journey, okay? You entered the spiritual path at a very young age, in your early 20s, you know. A lot of young people are here. This is the age when we're still exploring things. We don't have answers to, you know, and at that age, you took a decisive decision that spirituality is something you want to explore, right? I want to understand, how did you arrive at that decision, and what were exactly the circumstances around you when you entered that path?
So I'd say that more than, so there was a certain incident I would like to talk to everyone here. So you remember there was an earthquake in Bhuj at that time. So I was an athlete with Sports Authority of India then, and I had actually escaped the earthquake by one day. I left the place a day before, and before I even reached my house, I figured out there was an earthquake. So I couldn't go back to my sports college back immediately, and I was there to stay. Incidentally, I came in connection to an organization that was working, and I liked the way they were doing the social work, and I started helping them in bringing the first program of Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan in Uttarakhand. You know, Dehradun, I belong to that place. And we found a girl which was in a slum that we were serving, and I found a girl that was 40% burnt and had maggots in her body. So she was burnt for almost 12 days. The pus was oozing out, and I just literally managed somehow to take her. We had no ambulance. It was a very remote area. Took her to the hospital, and doctors said she will not survive. And it took us 3 hours to bring out all the 3 clinical mugs of maggots from her body, the worms that were oozing out. And I was like shattered, and I said, oh my God, have I done wrong? What if she dies? Who's going to take responsibility? And all the social work for a moment had vanished away from my head. And it was then that I called upon one of my spiritual mentors, my guru, and I said, this girl is going to die. Doctors said she's not going to survive. And it was almost, I think, mid of the night, and we very calmly said that, Jaya, your job is to serve her. Doctor's job is to treat her. And leave the job of the saving to the savior. Don't be scared. Don't be, be impacted by what can go wrong. Just do your best for her. Do something you're doing out of your heart, out of your soul. Everything will be all right. And after 12 days, that girl was healthily discharged from the hospital. And that was a change, that was a shift in my life, that if I could, aligning with spirituality, with faith, I could, I just dedicated 12 days to one soul, and she survived. So that is my shift in my direction, that I wanted to do it for the rest of my life, for more people. And that's how I chose to use the instrumentality, getting deeper into faith, getting deeper into conscious, getting deeper into human consciousness, and using the instrumentality of faith to create social impact.
Right, so that was the start of a beautiful journey. When we often see women in orange clothes, or anyone for that matter, we think of a life that's cut off from society. But, as you explained, the journey is about looking inward, but it's also about giving back to the society. And you, in your role, while you chose the path of spirituality, were working on ground with people, engaging with them. How did that change you as a person?
Well, I think I've got 2 questions here. First is, people think spirituality is a way of disconnecting with everything. No, spirituality is a way of connecting with yourself. So it's being, I'll just come to that question, but something that's very important we are talking today, why this becomes very important, because we are living in an era of influence. We talk people influencers, I'm influenced, so we're missing inspiration, and we are getting more and more influenced. So, and the more we operate in the 3-dimensional world, and we keep interacting with the external world, we usually lose touch with our own awareness, with our own consciousness, with our own being. So spirituality is way of, even if you want to disconnect for 2 hours, just snap your connection with the external world, sitting with yourself, and that's where the wisdom lies. That's where the true ideas of what you are and what fulfills you and what potential you hold, it lies. And so spirituality is people. So we have to just do away with misconception that if you're dharmic, आप spiritual हो, तो अभी आप बाबा जी हो, अभी आप डंडा उठाओ, अभी आप जंगल में जाओ, भिक्षा मांग के खाओ. That's वो एक parameter है, वो एक सिद्धांत है. It's a way different. There are different ways in Sanatan. सनातन धर्म. So a lot of people जो सिर्फ higher consciousness को जानना चाहते हैं, they leave anything and they become parivrajaks. And there are people, there's one dimension that the people who are spiritual, but they dedicate their life to service of other people. So that's one thing. And when you have to serve people, when you have to, whatever you have learned out of spirituality or dharma, when you want to share it with other people, then you got to live with other people. So the way spirituality and human connection has changed me, one thing that I have understood, that we are not living default destinies. People say, लोग कहते हैं कि अभी जो destiny है, अभी जो किस्मत में लिखा है, वही होगा. No. There is no one single destiny for anyone. We are not linear beings living in a linear timeline, past, present, future. That is a timeline. We are dimensional beings, and wherever to whichever dimension you tune your awareness, that is the level of maybe experience. You can actually tuning to any frequency in your existence. You can bring any reality in your life. You could create a life of your own design. And that's the capability I have learned, that what I want to do, I can create it by mind alone.
Right, and I also want to ask you, because you engaged in social work, specifically prison reforms. You engaged with prisoners, hardened prisoners who are cut off from society. How was that for you? And did you have any experience that moved you or stayed with you till date?
So I was very fortunate to be a part of South Asia's lead prisoner correction reform and rehabilitation program. So it spanned to almost 51 jails of India. And so one thing that, it's proving my previous point, ki we are, we've believed ki if somebody, so we feel all the people in the jails are criminals. No. They are the people who are in conflict with the law. There are people who have done planned and designed crime. And then there are people who have been at a wrong place at a wrong time, or in a momentary rage, or due to certain circumstances have come in conflict with the law and have done something unlawful. So I'll narrate a story. It's about, since we're talking about women, I talk about women, I really don't discard men. You really have your role to play, but today we are talking about us. So, I'm just sharing a story of a woman. So she was beaten up by her husband, a person who was an alcoholic, every day. And one day she was and they used to live on that, a shanty which was on the first floor. And he was beating her very badly with a rod, and she literally pushed him. And he tripped over a staircase and fell down and died. So she was saving herself. She wasn't killing the man. But she ended up in jail for a murder. She was charged for killing accidentally though, but she was in the jail. Her children were outside. And she had a very traumatic life inside the jail because she was serving a jail sentence while children were fending off with relatives who weren't taking good care. So we ensured that though even if a person is a criminal, we have to give him avenue and method to change if they wish. First, we inspire them to change. Then we give method and avenues to change. And then we also give them the resources to live a better life. So first, giving them the avenues to connect with their pure self. So impurities are what? So every human being, all of us, we don't have analytical mind by the time of 7 years of age. So everything that my environment tells me settles as a subconscious programming till 7 years of age. So if I have developed certain conditioning from the society, certain fears, certain anxieties, certain limiting belief, it may be because of my environment, and it settles in my subconscious mind, and it influences the way I act, it influences the way I have belief about myself. But what is pure and which is completely unlimited potential is your pure consciousness, your own inner consciousness. So when you disconnect with the mental conditioning and connect with the inner consciousness, your whole pure complete self comes out. And you can very well do that with prisoners as well. We've done it with disabled people. We've done it with very, very less privileged people. And when we did it with prisoners, they were completely transformed personalities. They were creative. They could paint like an immaculate painter. they could, and we run livelihood programs. So if you ever Google Holi is coming, if you ever Google Gulal from Tihar jail or Gulal made by, so they're the ones who made first edible grade Gulal, and it was a very hit thing in the market, and now a lot of replicas have come, but the product had initially come from prisoners. So they have made immensely creative products. We made them entrepreneurs. We ensured that they get livelihoods. They earned while living in the jails and also sending money for their families and children and supporting their education and their living while they're in jails. So if a society or a system, a civilization gives the people who've been into conflict with law a certain level of engagement and positive engagement where they can revive their life and be better citizens. So we're going to ask ourselves a question, the people who go to jail, how do we want them to come out? Worsened criminals, bad people, or better people? So if a better person comes out of jail, it's safer for you and me. So what we ensured is that we gave them all the support and inspiration to improve their lives and come out as better reformed citizens, and we also helped them rehabilitate. So that's what my whole journey about in prison was.
I want to ask you, because you were dedicating yourself full-time to spirituality for about 18 years, and then you decided to switch back, also to give back to society. How difficult was that transition, and also what triggered that decision to now go for, to basically switch from full-time spirituality to coming back and starting your own organization to give back to society?
So I haven't switched from spirituality.
Not completely.
Yeah. So I am still a spiritual person. I do my old discipline of waking up early, doing all my spiritual practices, my dhyan, my meditation. Switching back was, that particular institutionalization of certain operation was not serving my purpose anymore. I had gone there for a particular purpose, and if that institutional hardlines are actually defeating the very purpose, so there's no point. So spirituality brings liberation of ideas. If I do not feel liberated in my own self, there's no point of saying that I'm a spiritualist. So spiritualism gives you a free spirit. So that's why I moved on, and my foundation, Human Life Foundation, right now that I have established and I'm running. So my core work, that why I really also the idea behind is, so I do really work on helping people through their conscious awareness to change their personalities, to rewire their brain, and to bring reality in their life of their own design. So every human being from there, so I'll just give a small example here. So we all think, right? So we think anything we are thinking doesn't matter, anything we are feeling doesn't matter. So sometimes people fear, and the more you keep feeling that fear, it conditions your biology to hold to that stress. Sometimes when you are not stressed, you don't feel yourself. If you've been stressed for 3 months, so what happens is, so you said something to me, okay? And I felt really bad. So what's that? That's my mood. And if I carry that mood for 3-4 days, it becomes my temperament. And if I carry for a month, it becomes my personality. So the more I practice any negative emotion, be it by any incident, I am wiring it biologically in my body, and it's going to impact. So when I have a thought and I have an equivalent emotion, it creates an electromagnetic field. So my thought is electric, my emotion is magnetic. So what I feel equal is attracted in my life. So if I'm feeling I'm stressed, if this person has not done right with me, oh my God, I'm not really happy with my job. How long am I going to work like an intern in Republic? Why won't I become an editor? Blah, blah, blah. And when you're thinking, you are operating from a space of lack, you're operating from a space of separation. And because you're feeling it so intensely, you'll keep creating that separation and lack from your desired life every day. Because 90% of what you're feeling today, you felt yesterday. What you're feeling today, you're going to feel 90% of that tomorrow. So you're copy-pasting your life one after the another day, and you don't find any change in your life. You want to achieve something, but you keep regretting your present day, so you don't achieve it. So what my foundation right now works is to enabling people. So one thing that we need to believe is that we are quantum beings. We have an energy field. If I learn the technique to drop the physical awareness for 30 minutes in a day, and go into my quantum field, in my energy field, and create anything there, if I do it for 30 days, that reality will start showing in my physical life.
You talked about rewiring your brain. Bringing any change when it comes to the mental field, it's the most gradual and the most difficult. We talk about change and the social change as well, right? And you work on both of these fronts. So how challenging it is for you when it comes to bring a change in the mental space specifically?
I would say it's not challenging at all. So
a lot of people would disagree because you do it so well, that's why it's not difficult for you.
Yes, and that's the point I'm coming to. So sometimes if I'll see, there are a lot of young people I'm seeing here. And when you embark upon a professional or a young journey fresh out of colleges, so you come out with dreams and then the reality strikes. Whoosh, it wasn't the way I thought.
Which is why I asked, because there's a lot of
so what happened is, so when that reality strikes, so what we start going into a zone of regret. We start going into zone of getting into the negative loop. And what you practice is what you become. And your quantum field does not give you what you desire, it gives you what you become. So when I say that if you do something over and over again, and I'll tell you, somebody remembers, have anybody heard, हमारे पुराने लोगों में एक शब्द कहा जाता था चलिया, आज ये चलिया कर रहे हैं, किसी को चलिया वर्ड याद है? Anybody? वैसे तो हम अपनी शब्दावली बहुत भूल गए हैं. Anybody knows चलिया? No, a 40-day practice. So a new neuron in your brain to develop and to get firmed up for lifetime takes 40 days. So if you practice anything, even an emotion, if you could practice those emotions 30 days or 40 days in a row, 30 minutes daily, you will see that that particular electromagnetic field will bring the opportunities in your life that you will access and attain it. And without picking up a call, approaching somebody, requesting somebody, writing a letter, writing a mail, no. And I have lived it. If your thought and your emotion are in equal cognizance, if they are aligned, your life responds to your design. And that's where I feel that enabling people to not be dependent on destiny, circumstances, situations, people, and have your power in your own hand, that's where my work lies today. And because I've done it so many times, and first, because even it wasn't, though I'm spiritual, I just walked the consciousness and the universe bows down to me. No. I faced my challenges, I faced my hardships, where I even felt, did I take the right path? Was it even right for me? And then I said, no, I'm not gonna let this situation ruin me or my belief in myself. And then I said, no, there must be something. So, I remember I had an injury in the sports field. I had my back injury because of which I had to give, and it retrieved. And it retrieved so badly that my lumbar fifth, I couldn't sit. And if I'm sitting, I can't get up. And I said, will this limitation gonna define rest of my life? So then, one day in meditation, it struck me that when I was an embryo, when I was a cell in my mother's womb, what was that power that built every single organ and cell of my body and made me into such a complex human form? Has that divinity left me now, or is it still there inside me? Is this power still? If it is still there, it can still regenerate my cells. It can still regenerate my body. And then I used to go every day to my spine and sit, and I used to feel that power is regenerating me. And in a matter of 6 weeks, I was up and walking, and I never took a pill. I was told that I might have to undergo a surgery. I never went to undergo a surgery. I never took a pill. And this is how if I focus, so, energy follows awareness. So if you put your awareness to a purpose and you put it with an intent, and if you practice that intent daily, disconnecting with the outer world, I'll tell you, your field gives you the life you design. And it's not an inspiration. I'll tell you, it is a law. This is how it works.
I think that's inspirational. You know, a lot of young people are there. Therefore, I want to ask you, it has become in to be spiritual, okay? And you talked about that, how it's an era of, influences. So how does one separate the noise from the real song? You know, how does one know that? Especially for young people, I want to ask this.
Ask yourself a question. First thing, to whether our mental and emotional level is healthy, you've got to ask one question. When you open your eyes in the morning, what is the first thought that strikes you in the first 5 seconds? If it is soothes you, if it is calming, it's good. But if it's something is bothering you and it's driving you for the rest of the day, the first thing I'll tell you, every solution comes from within. Just do this small practice. Every day when you start your day, when you open your eyes, 5 minutes of gratitude, thank the universe, thank your deity, thank whoever you pray to for everything you have and you're happy for. It could be a house, it could be a job, it could be your family, it could be your health, it could be your age, it could be the opportunities, it could be your partner, it could be anyone, the education you've had. Take 5 minutes to list and say thank you for everything. And I'll tell you, in some time, more opportunities will start showing up. And after that, take 10 minutes to sit without moving in silence. Just feel yourself, even breathing is enough. And somewhere so we even, now there are a lot of brain scans which have been done, and people are waking up in high beta. So beta is when you're thinking fast. High beta is when you're thinking like this. People wake up and they're thinking like this. Abhi office jana hai, abhi nahana hai, abhi ye karna hai, abhi coffee khana hai, and this is going on in the head.
Yeah, I can relate.
And when you're waking up in the high beta, imagine the level of firing and wiring you'll done in your brain for the rest of the day. So how you start your day, you claim your power. And how do you claim your power? Be in your complete presence for 10 minutes. बहुत मुश्किल होगा, बहुत आसान लग रहा है, अरे बैठ जाएंगे, अभी खुजली होगी, अरे उसको फ़ोन करना है, अच्छा वहाँ जाना है, ये तो हुआ नहीं, अच्छा ये कैसे होगा, आज ये करना है, वो मेल नहीं की, आ रहा है ना? Let it come and let it go. Don't fight it. Learn to live in your presence for 10 minutes straight and then expand this time. And I'll tell you, your inner field will give you ideas, solutions, opportunities, synchronicities and possibilities to a level you would have never imagined, and I can bet on that.
All right, I think that's one big takeaway all of us will take home. And thank you so much, Sadhvi, Jaya, Bharti, for sharing your journey with us and how exactly one can anchor ourselves inside. Thank you so much.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems, the U.S. deployed air, naval, and surveillance power across the region.
These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan,
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus will be on the West Asian war because there has been a lot of updates. Now, Israel has also attacked an oil depot in Tehran. We'll get you all the updates of that. And also, Donald Trump is claiming that they have wiped out the entire Iranian leadership. We'll get you all the details of this and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. After Iranian strikes on oil refineries, Israel hits back, targets oil depot in Tehran. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi accuses US of attacking freshwater desalination plant on Gulf Island. Donald Trump claims US strikes wiped out 42 Iranian Navy ships and also have struck their Air Force Center and Communication Center. As the Iran war escalates, reports say that Iran's new supreme leader to be selected in a meeting. Unprecedented war of words as President Murmu criticizes Mamta government. President Murmu claims state denied permission for tribal event. PM Modi slams Mamta Banerjee's government over insult to Draupadi Murmu during Bengal visit, says TMC has crossed all limits. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the very big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. And this is coming from Iran. And this after Iran struck multiple oil facilities across Middle East. Now Israel has responded, and Israel has struck oil facility in Tehran. Massive, huge flames on your screens in a short while, but this is a very big development. Now Israel has hit an oil depot. Israel hits back, strikes Iranian oil facility, and Israeli strikes have hit Aqdasi oil depot. And these are the visuals, these are the scary visuals, I would like to say, coming in from Tehran on Aqdasi, the depot that was struck by an Israeli airstrike. And you also can see the oil flowing through the sewers, the burning oil flowing through the sewers. On your screens, these are the scary visuals from Tehran after an Israeli strike. That happened, and these are the visuals of that strike. Smoke billowing and huge flames, enormous flames over the Tehran skyline on your screens, as you can see. This was a massive strike. This was a massive Israeli strike hit on the oil depot in Tehran. All right, so these are the visuals of the oil depot that was hit, and also the flames that are coming in on your screens. As you can see, this is one of the major hits on a civilian infrastructure, critical infrastructure. All right, viewers, let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment. An Iranian drone attack targets fuel tanks in Kuwait airport. Now, the army says Kuwait's defense ministry said it confronted missile and drone attacks early Sunday, with the army reporting that drones targeted fuel tanks at the country's international airport. The military added that some civilian facilities were also damaged in the attacks. Now, the General Fire Force soon announced that its affiliated teams have managed to control the fire at the fuel tanks belonging to Kuwait International Airport, while other teams continue the operation to combat the fire at the main headquarters of the Public Institution for Social Security. So Iranian drone attack targets fuel tanks in Kuwait airport. So the entire Middle East is engulfed in this war, this ongoing war. It's the 9th day of the war that is happening right now at this moment. This is the biggest breaking news of the day. An Iranian drone attack targets fuel tanks in Kuwait airport. Now the army says, the Kuwait's defense ministry said it confronted missile and drone attacks early Sunday, with the army reporting that drones targeted fuel tanks at the country's international airport. The military added that some civilian facilities were also damaged in the attacks. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news right now at this moment. A fresh wave of strikes have been reported on Beirut's southern suburbs. Big development. Another strike, a fresh wave of strike which has been reported on Beirut's southern suburbs. Now, this is an ongoing war between Israel and Iran, between Iran and United States of America plus Israel. And also there is a war that is ongoing between Hezbollah and the Israeli army, because Israeli army, Israeli Air Force, IDF is striking deep in Lebanon also when it comes to eliminating the terrorists of Hezbollah in IDF, as per IDF. Now, these are fresh wave of strikes, fresh strikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. On your screens, as you can see, these are the latest strikes that have escalated. Lebanon is also in a very critical situation as of now, where the Hezbollah is actively attacking the Israeli army and launching missile strikes on Israeli army. All right, viewers, now the Iran-Israel war continues to escalate with fresh strikes, raising casualties and growing global involvement. Now, explosions rocked western Tehran overnight as Israeli warplanes targeted the Iranian capital. Iran has also launched another wave of retaliatory strikes against Israel and Gulf states hosting US forces. Watch this report for more information.
Several explosions heard across western Tehran as Israeli warplanes carried out fresh strikes on the Iranian capital overnight. Iran responded with another wave of retaliatory attacks targeting Israel and Gulf countries that host American military forces. US President Donald Trump appeared to rule out negotiations, calling for Iran's unconditional surrender in a social media post. Trump also told US media that the US will be involved in choosing Iran's next leader. Meanwhile, US intelligence officials say Russian President Putin's government has been providing Iran with information that could help target American warships. It marks the first indication that Moscow may be getting directly involved in the conflict. Putin also spoke with Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, expressing condolences over the reported killing of Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei. The death toll continues to climb, with at least 1,230 people killed in Iran, more than 200 killed in Lebanon, and around a dozen killed in Israel. As the Middle East war continues and neither side is ready to step down, the conflict now spirals into a deeper regional issue.
All right, viewers, now the war between Washington and Tehran is now spilling into a full-blown war of words. Now, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has apologized for attacks on neighboring countries, even as he makes it clear that Iran will never accept an unconditional surrender. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump is claiming Iran has already lost and surrendered to the Middle East, warning that even harder strikes could follow. So is this the start of diplomacy or just a louder round of rhetoric? Here's a report on that.
Iranian president apologized for Iran's attacks in the neighboring countries.
من اینجا لازم از کشورهای همسایه که مورد حمله قرار گرفتن از طرف ایران از طرف خودم عذرخواهی کنم برای اینکه ما این روند با اوضاعی که اتفاق افتاد، فرماندهان ما، رهبر ما، عزیزان ما در حقیقت جان خودشون رو از دست دادن به خاطر تجاوز وحشیانه‌ای که داشت و نیروهای مسلح ما، قهرمانانی که جان مرکفن و زندگیشون کف دستشون گذاشتن که از تمامیت ارضی دفاع کنن، دیگه وقتی فرماندهان نبودن آتش به اختیار تمام اون اقداماتی که لازم بود انجام دادن و با عزت و قدرت از سرزمین ما دفاع کردن.
Trump said there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. To this, the Iranian president said that they should take the dream of Iran surrendering to their grave.
ما بدون قید شرط بخوایم تسلیم بشیم، یه چنین خوابی رو اینا باید با خودشون به گور ببرن. آنچه که ما باش پایبندیم قوانین بین المللی است، چارچوب‌های انسانی است و اون اصولی که اینا دم ازش میزنن اصولا باید به همون پایبند باشن و حق و حقوق همه کشورها رو و طبیعتا ایران ما رو اینا حق ندارند نادیده.
The president also said that the country's three-man leadership council had been in touch with the armed forces over the attacks.
اتفاقاتی که افتاده در تصمیمی که ما دیروز در شورای موقت رهبری ما گرفتیم، این تصمیم به نیروهای مسلح گزارش داده شد که از این به بعد نباید به کشورهای همسایه حمله بکنن، به یا موشک بزنن، مگر اینکه از اون کشورها بخوان به ما حمله بکنن و من فکر میکنم این رو ما با دیپلماسی باید حل کنیم.
President Donald Trump also said that Iran had surrendered to the Middle East and that Iran will be hit very hard. From apologies to Middle East and Tehran to ultimatums in Washington, the war of words is escalating fast. Iran says it will not surrender to Uncle Sam. The United States says Iran already has. And as rhetoric intensifies, the world watches whether this conflict moves towards diplomacy or a deeper war.
All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story now. Iranian strikes have hit a tower in Dubai Marina on Saturday, leaving smoke rising from its facade. Now, debris from an intercepted Iranian projectile had caused minor damage to the exterior of a building in Marina. Now, Dubai's government confirmed the incident shortly, saying air defense systems had successfully intercepted the incoming projectile. Watch this report.
Hours after Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian said that neighboring countries won't be attacked, an Iranian drone hit a tower in Dubai Marina in UAE. Debris from the intercepted Iranian projectile caused minor damage to the exterior of a building in the marina. Dubai's government confirmed the incident shortly after the strike. The government said that the air defense systems had successfully intercepted the incoming projectile. No injuries were reported from the incident. So, was Iran's apology to other Gulf nations sincere? Only time will tell.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story. Now, the head of Britain's armed forces have rejected criticism that the military was ill-prepared for conflict in Iran and said, we are in probably the most dangerous period in decades. Now, the criticism came from UK's allied nations over its response to Iran, particularly over the defense of Cyprus, where a UK base was struck by a drone earlier this week. More in this report.
As UK entered the West Asia war, the head of Britain's armed forces, Knighton, has rejected criticism that the military was unprepared for the Iran war.
Well, I completely reject that criticism. If we just look at the facts, so for several weeks now we've been bolstering our presence and the forces in the Middle East, particularly at Cyprus, and doing that in consultation with our regional partners. We've added additional Typhoons, F-35, over 400 people to help protect and defend the airspace around Cyprus. And even as late as Wednesday, Thursday, before the war started, Donald Trump was talking about a peaceful resolution. When the war started on Saturday, it became clear over the next 48 hours that Iran's response was going to be very much broader, wild and indiscriminate and rather reckless compared to what we saw in the 12-day war last summer.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer sent a warship to Cyprus after a Royal Air Force base was struck by an Iranian drone on Monday. It comes as the British military deployed 4 additional Royal Air Force Typhoon fighter jets to Qatar on Saturday as the war escalates.
Well, I think that's a question we will need to ask the President, but also to see how that plays out on the ground. So far, what we've seen is the Iranian regime has shown defiance and has continued to launch reckless attacks against people right across the region, many of whom had nothing to do with the original attacks on Iran. But it's also very clear that the Americans, Israelis are fighting very hard and causing enormous amounts of damage to Iran's ability to strike at our regional partners and our interests in the region.
Separately, Knighton added that the war in the region is probably the most dangerous time of the last 30 years that he has been in uniform.
What the Prime Minister and the Defence Secretary have made clear, and what's very clear to me, is that this is probably the most dangerous time of the last 30 odd years that I've been in uniform, and it's very clear that the demands on defence are rising, and that's why I think the Prime Minister said in his Munich Security Conference speech that we needed to spend more on defence and do it faster, and you won't be surprised that I agree wholeheartedly with what the Prime Minister said.
Knighton also debunked claims that cuts in UK's military have slowed down the UK's response and signalled that the UK could join more proactive strikes in the future. Britain has been criticised by allies over its response to the crisis, particularly over the defence of Cyprus, where a UK base was struck by a drone earlier this week.
All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. Now, Jordan has accused Iran of directly targeting sites inside the country amid the widening regional war. Now, according to the Jordanian military, Iran fired 119 missiles and drones towards Jordan in the past week, following US-Israeli strikes that triggered the conflict. Now, Jordan says most of the projectiles were intercepted, but some still got through. Here's a report on that.
Despite the claims made by Tehran for not attacking Jordan, here is the ground reality. Jordan has accused Iran of directly targeting sites inside the country as the regional war expands. According to the Jordanian military, 119 missiles and drones were launched towards the country in the past 7 days. Jordan insists the projectiles were aimed at domestic targets, not simply passing through its airspace. Brigadier General Mustafa Hiyari said Iran's attacks been soon after the regional war erupted.
بعد ساعات من انطلاق الحرب قامت إيران بمهاجمة دول بالمنطقة وطالت الاعتداءات الإيرانية أراضي المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية بالرغم من أن الأردن أبلغ الأطراف المعنية والجميع بأنه لن يكون ساحة حرب لأحد وشدد على أن أراضيه لن تكون منطلقا للهجوم على إيران.
Jordan says the attacks included 60 missiles and 59 drones, all directed at targets within the kingdom.
الأسبوع استهدفت إيران أراضي المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية ب 119 صاروخا وطائرة مسيرة، بينها 60 صاروخا و59 مسيرة. وحتى نكون واضحين، ال60 صاروخا و59 مسيرة كانت موجهة على أهداف أردنية بحتة، بمعنى أنها لم تكن صواريخ عبور كما يظن البعض.
Air defense systems and fighter jets responded quickly, intercepting most of the incoming threats. Military officials say the projectiles were aimed at vital installations, forcing Jordan to activate its full air defense network.
الصواريخ والمسيرات كانت تستهدف مواقع ومنشآت حيوية داخل الأراضي الأردنية، وهذا ما تم التعامل معه والتصدي له، فقد تعاملت أنظمة الدفاع الجوية مع تلك الصواريخ والطائرات المسيرة، مما أدى إلى سقوط شظاياها داخل أراضي المملكة.
Jordan says debris from the interceptions fell across parts of the country as the kingdom continues working with allied nations under joint defense agreements to protect its airspace.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story. Now, Iran has accused the US-Israeli forces of striking a vital civilian infrastructure. Now, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi described the strike as blatant and desperate because they have struck a desalination plant. Watch this report.
It's the 9th day of war. Israel and US have conducted many waves of strikes against Tehran, hitting key military infrastructure, air defense systems, missile launchers and communications systems. Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has leveled a serious allegation against the US armed forces. An attack on a freshwater desalination plant. Abbas Araghchi warned that such attacks set a dangerous precedent. Araghchi added that attacking Iran's infrastructure is a dangerous move with grave consequences. As per Iran, the attack on the desalination plant has disrupted water supply to 30 villages. Concerns were raised about the humanitarian impact in the region. Iran's IRGC has also claimed to take revenge. IRGC claimed it struck the United States Dhafra Air Base in Bahrain. IRGC claims that it was the same base that was used to strike the desalination plant.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, Donald Trump claims US strikes wiped out 42 Iranian Navy ships and also struck their air force and the communication system. And also coming up next, as the Iran war escalates, reports say that Iran's new supreme leader to be selected in a meeting. Coming up.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems, the U.S. deployed air, naval, and surveillance power across the region.
These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel" or both.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
يا نحش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع
Every great institution begins with an idea, but only a few grow into a movement. This journey in education began for SRM Group in the mid-1960s under the leadership of Dr. T.R. Parivendar with a modest unit in Tamil Nadu. Driven by a noble intent and hard work through decades, SRM Group now is one of the most prominent and respected faces in education, managing multiple campuses across the nation, with faculties leading in engineering, sciences, management, and liberal arts to dental sciences, physiotherapy, the School of Public Health, and cutting-edge doctoral research. In 2017, that legacy extended to Andhra Pradesh, giving rise to SRM University AP, envisioned as a model university empowering a new generation of learners. When institutions became places that shape thinkers who continue to learn, research, and lead long after they graduate. In the heart of Andhra Pradesh's emerging capital region stands a university shaped by India's future aspiration, a place that embodies opportunity and empowers a new generation to lead in careers that did not even exist a decade ago.
Everyone talks about education hub. Amaravati differs because Amaravati talks about intellectual hub. That's the basic difference philosophically. It is not the numbers, it is the quality of education we are providing at the Amaravati. I think it differs very clearly right from the philosophy, talking about it is not an education hub, it is an intellectual hub. So the output is based on adding wisdom to the existing knowledge in academia and industry and research.
Built not just to educate, but to prepare a generation for what lies ahead. Preparation here does not begin in the final year. It begins from day one. This is SRM University, Andhra Pradesh, a campus born from legacy and designed for tomorrow.
The global exposure of our faculty members that we are passing on to the students, that makes us unique. And especially we are the first university in this capital region of Andhra Pradesh. That is also makes. We draw the students from all over country and we represent about 23 states in our faculty strength also.
SRM's journey is rooted in a larger national belief that education must evolve as India evolves. SRM believes that education is not just about academics growth, but is a deeper and ethical obligation to society, which is best put forth by Dr. P. Satyanarayanan, President SRM Group and Pro-Chancellor SRM AP.
I think the SRM University AP has laid the foundation for you to learn how to learn. With this foundation, you can survive anywhere. Not only survive, you can thrive and flourish in any situation or environment. And these degrees are not only belonging to you. These degrees are from the sacrifice of your parents, from the contribution of the society, and the opportunities that was provided by the nation. You should all give it back when you get a chance, immediately right away.
The SRM University envisages to have a campus in 200 acres, and ultimately we want to have a campus for 50,000 students. But keeping the future plans in mind, our infrastructure is at par with an international standard. In that, currently we have around 3 academic blocks. We call it as Sarvepalli Radhakrishna block and C.V. Raman block. They are the very important academic blocks where academics happen. We also have a dedicated research block and it's called J.C. Bose block. Other than that, we have several hostels, like we have 6 towers, because our hostels are named by the name of the rivers. So we have towers and we have a huge, massive 26 floors hostel for boys. It's called Ganga, we say that. We will be having Ganga A and Ganga B, they'll be joined together, it will be catering. Very interesting, a big, huge, massive Vedavati hostel is already there for 2,000 students. Another 2,000 students to cater that we will be having.
As industries transform and technologies accelerate, education can no longer remain static. From its early beginnings as an institution committed to excellence, SRM AP grew by responding to the needs of a changing nation. In 1985, SRM entered higher education with a clear purpose: to make quality technical education affordable, relevant, and future-ready. That relevance today demands more than classroom instruction. It demands research capability, industry alignment, and continuous student development.
We have a vision, we have a plan. Once everything is finished, we want to have 100% residential university. Because what we see that generally students, by traveling, they lose time and not till that tired. But if they are on the campus, there is a 24 hours. I think they'll spend time on that. This is the plan. So our infrastructure is planned towards that, to have a fully residential university. It's a new model, and where, because since it's a research-based university, then the evening times and their free time can be used for research and development.
Over time, that purpose has expanded across disciplines, across regions, across generations.
The AP government allotted another 100 acres land. So far we have engineering, management, and liberal arts. Now that part is going to be a very huge, massive medical and health facilities. So we'll be building, expanding towards medical domain, so where allied health services, medical and health sciences will come up, like medical college, dental college, and physiotherapy, occupational therapy, pharmacy, and most important thing is that School of Public Health.
In 2017, SRM AP emerged as a modern university for a new India, global in outlook, Indian in values. A university built with a deliberate focus, integrate research, career readiness, and student growth into a single academic journey. SRM AP reflects this belief through academic diversity, spanning engineering, sciences, management, liberal arts, and doctoral research.
We are one of the niche liberal arts program in the context of Andhra Pradesh, in the context of this region itself in a certain sense. So we literally have 2 or 3 faculty members from Harvard. I myself did my PhD from Columbia. We have people from NYU, UCL, University College London, etc. So in other words, the kind of faculty members that we have gathered, from across the world, but also from absolutely super institutions within India itself, all the IITs, JNUs, and DUs, and so on and so forth. So that's the second thing. Third, obviously, is the kind of students that we are getting in our school. Literally, 44% of our incoming batch, for instance, are on scholarship. So it tells you something about the quality of students that we have gathered.
And the Carnegie Mellon is one of the top level institutions, constant, I think the ranking, second rank. We signed a long-term MOU with them in the area of artificial intelligence, training our faculty and mentoring our faculty and collaborating with us for the future research. That's one of the important collaboration we cherish. I think it's every 6 months, we are sending around 4 faculty members to Carnegie Mellon. They do as 1 semester, they come back, and they are developing the projects in collaboration with the faculty at the Carnegie Mellon. Now, it is once you do the training and leave it, that's one important. But what we are doing that we are giving a financial support to the faculty, both faculty. Carnegie Mellon, together they are going to develop a good community level applied AA projects on a long-term basis, that is state of the art. We are funding them actually from the university. Similarly, we also have several collaborations with now we are working with Columbia University, and we are also trying to collaborate with various universities in the US in technology, basically with some of the US universities, and also the European universities also we are looking forward. Now I think now gates are open for that yesterday's MOU. I think many things, opportunities are coming up for the academic institutions. So we are now in talks with many European universities, wherein we will be sending the 3 things happens actually when you sign MOU: faculty exchange, student exchange, and they themselves, their faculty coming here and working on here. Actually, these are the collaborations we are cherish it.
Here, students are not confined by labels. They are encouraged to explore, question, and collaborate.
Here at SRM AP, we have many career services programs, and also we are encouraged to lead many student chapter here with our leadership abilities. Me being one of the student presidents for the campus bodies we do have here at SRM AP, I can say that we are getting a huge support to enhance our soft skills and also build many other technical skills, or also the life skills which are actually enabling us to be on the par with the many more successful people around the world.
At SRM AP, innovation is not an add-on, it's the foundation. Research is not positioned as an elite activity for a few. It is embedded into everyday learning.
Talking about our faculties, like every faculty holds a lot of research and they have that PhD's experience. So from the very early stages of our semesters, we are introduced for the research, and we have a very hands-on experience on that. The faculties prepares us for the ready corporates regarding the research and all.
Research begins early, driven by curiosity rather than curriculum alone.
We give them a wholesome education in such a way that research is a part of their studies, curriculum, hands-on training is a part of their curriculum, as well as they get other experiences like participation in hackathons and other competitions. So these participation actually make sure that they become competent, stay separate with respect to others who are in the same field.
Students are introduced to research thinking from their initial years, learning how to frame questions, analyze data, and approach problems systematically.
SRM University, Andhra Pradesh is a research-intensive university where we focus research from UG, PG, PhD and faculty. Because SRM University feels that UG research is one of the foundation research for country making. That's why SRM University support seed grant to the UG student for their idea, and also SRM University allow the UG students to work in each laboratory from the second year onward.
Times are changing, the needs are altering, so I believe students need to be encouraged to pursue research. University has its own policy. Like right now, there is a seed grant call going on for UG PG students where undergraduate students can take up personally or in groups to apply for a seed grant. A couple of students from my department are doing that as well. And university will be providing them the seed grant, and it will be for 6 months to a year where they can pursue their research with the financial assistance from the institute. And I think this will prepare them to take up their postgraduate programs better.
Students work alongside faculty on live projects, learning how to think, test, and build solutions for a global world. Strong international collaborations connect classrooms in Amravati to ideas across continents, ensuring SRM students remain globally competitive yet locally relevant. This exposure strengthens both research depth and professional confidence, preparing students for higher studies, innovation ecosystems, and global careers.
Since we are talking to global institution, now we are trying to place our students globally. We signed MOU with Japan. More than 150 students are in Japan every year. Japanese companies, yesterday also there was a recruitment drive, they came here. They take our students, take them. When you send students to abroad for the placement, we have to prepare them. So we created brought the 2 Japanese teachers from Japan, and they are preparing them in the language properly, number 1. Now we are doing with the Germany. So last year we started German language teaching, plus and signed MOU with some other companies in Germany.
Learning doesn't stop at the classroom door. Student development at SRM AP is intentional, structured, and continuous.
So we are looking for entrepreneurship mindset from the students, because that's the next generation skills that students need it. We at SRM, we want to equip our students with that skill set, innovation mindset, so they can pursue the entrepreneurship journey at their own comfort. We are fortunate because of a couple of reasons. our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Satyanarayana, he has a vision to make SRM University AP the #1 for innovation and entrepreneurship. So his vision is a driving force. Number 2, we have the leadership, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Satish Kumar. He gives all the support that we need. And on top of that, we have world-class facilities to pursue the deep tech innovation, this campus. 4th, last but not the least, we are also privileged to be located in Amravati, where it's going to be a future capital of Andhra Pradesh. And we have got the full support from Andhra Pradesh government. So with all these factors, we are very special.
SRM AP's fully residential campus is designed to nurture holistic growth, academic, physical and emotional. Living on campus builds independence. Collaboration becomes second nature. Leadership emerges through participation, not instruction.
At SRM University AP, the residential campus provides a key role in the holistic development of students. It helps in developing the peer learning as well as and it also increases the communication skills of the students, as everyone is from a different cultural background. That helps students come together and understand the areas where in some cities there are underlying effects and in other there are something else. So it also helps us have an entrepreneurial mindset, which thereby with further discussions help us engage more in the needs of the society.
From high-speed digital infrastructure to collaborative living spaces, the campus prepares students for independence and leadership. Access and merit go hand in hand at SRM AP because diverse perspectives strengthen classrooms, labs and teams.
We try to get faculty with a global outlook. I myself have worked in the US, I worked in the UK, I worked in Singapore, and several also institutions in India. So we want to be rooted in India but have a global outlook. So that's what we do with all faculty. The programs themselves have courses which are kept relevant with time, and in recent times the global situation is quite important. The geopolitics, for example, is driving a lot of the business aspects. So we try to bring that to the classroom as well.
This is education built on fairness, an opportunity earned through merit. Education finds its true purpose when students step confidently into the real world.
A lot of interviews come, so a lot of companies as well come. So initially from our third year itself, we see many companies coming up for the internship offers first. Most of these companies are really huge companies. So we see Google, Amazon, Microsoft, PayPal, JustPay, etc. So these companies come for internships. After these internships, we get a conversion for our placements, which is really helpful. So we also get the experience of an internship, and we also get our placements when we're completing our third year itself. So that's very beneficial for us.
Confidence, however, is built over time. SRM AP focuses on continuous career readiness, industry exposure, mentorship and skill building that begins early, not at the finish line.
To keep up the pace with the growing technology, SRM University establishing the very important institutes like #1, AA Institute, and we already established actually AA Institute, and we brought a dean from outside India, from US University, and we also established a institute for quantum technologies. It is in tune with the Andhra AP government's Quantum Valley vision. Okay, so we brought a dean, and we are joined. One way we joined hands with the Quantum Valley. In other way, we are also developing the capacity and giving access to our students and researchers to work on these two important fields. Third important institute we are establishing is on alternative source of energy, and with special reference to hydrogen energy actually. For that, these three important aspects which are now whole world is looking at it, we are also in tune with that.
Students engage with industry through interactions, projections, mentoring, and guidance that align academic learning with professional expectations.
Whatever we study in the academics,
we cannot directly work on them. So regarding that, our university is collaborating with industrial people. So what they were doing is they are collaborating with industrial people and they are getting them to our classrooms, so that some of the courses that are being taught are taught by them. So half of the course is taught by our faculty and half of the course is taught by an industrial expert, such that we know the gap between what we are learning and what is happening in the industry.
Placement preparation is not a season, it's a journey. Graduates carry more than degrees. They carry adaptability, confidence, and global outlook. Because they have learned how to learn and how to grow with changing industries.
In my placement journey, CRC has played a major role, be it coding sessions, be it alumni sessions, be it mock tests, be it mock interviews. I got right thing at the right time. Like I was doing something wrong. If I was doing something wrong, I used to have regular checkups with mentors, which really helped me in doing right things at the right time in my tenure of the year.
While academics remain the core focus, the institution is equally mindful of the pressures today's dynamic environment places on young minds. With this understanding, it actively prioritizes student well-being by creating a balanced campus experience. A structured engagement is curated by professionals for mental well-being via sports, yoga, social service initiatives, and a diverse range of student-led clubs spanning music, dance, and cultural events. The university nurtures creativity, builds community, and provides healthy avenues for students to unwind. The intent is simple yet powerful. Enable holistic growth while helping students navigate academic rigor with resilience and confidence. From its earliest roots to its newest campuses, with a strong portfolio of hundreds of patents published and more than 73 already granted, SRM AP continues to strengthen its foundation of research-driven excellence. SRM has never stopped evolving because the nation it serves never stops changing. As India looks towards 2050, SRM University, AP, stands ready, shaping thinkers, innovators, and leaders who will define the country's next chapter. This is not just education for today. This is education for the future. SRM Sikkim. In our upcoming episode, we journey to the Northeast, where SRM is steadily advancing its vision through SRM University, Sikkim. Nestled amidst serene valleys and the vibrant energy of nature, we take a closer look at the university's evolving academic ecosystem, its youthful and dynamic campus, and the meaningful opportunities it is creating for students across the region. SRM Chennai. We then focus on the birthplace of this legacy, SRM University Chennai, a leading campus known for its diverse programs and dynamic learning space. Join us as we look at how it continues to shape the next generations, taking our country forward.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة، سرجنا طاح المرتفع.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning viewers, you're watching Republic TV with me Hina Sharma. Now a massive controversy broke out in West Bengal when on Saturday at a tribal conference President Draupadi Murmu raised a complaint saying that none of the state ministers and not even the chief minister, they were not there to receive her at the tribal conference. And now Mamata Banerjee has hit back at the president saying that none of the ministers were in fact in the lineup. BJP has also launched a scathing attack on the Mamata Banerjee government. We'll tell you all the latest in this, but first the headlines. After Iranian strikes on oil refineries, Israel hits back, targets oil depot in Tehran. Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi accused United States of attacking freshwater desalination plant on the Gulf island. Trump claims United States strikes wiped out 42 Iranian Navy ships, Air Force and communications. As the Iran war escalates, reports say that Iran's new supreme leader to be selected in a meeting. Unprecedented war of words as President Draupadi Murmu criticizes Mamata Banerjee government. President Murmu claims that state denied permission for tribal event. PM Modi slams Mamata Banerjee's government over insult to Draupadi Murmu during Bengal visit, says TMC has crossed all limits. Now, big breaking news coming in. A political storm has erupted in West Bengal. President Draupadi Murmu has openly criticized the Mamata Banerjee government over the handling of a tribal conference in North Bengal. Now, the remarks have triggered a fierce political war of words between the BJP and TMC. And now the BJP has reacted to this entire controversy. So this is the latest that we have, where BJP has launched a scathing attack on Mamata Banerjee's remarks on President Draupadi Murmu. Remember, this controversy erupted on Saturday when a tribal conference took place in Darjeeling, where President Draupadi Murmu said that the location of the tribal conference was in fact changed. Now take a listen to what Prahlad Joshi had to say on this.
आज राष्ट्रपति जी के साथ जो व्यवहार किया है ममता की सरकार और ममता बनर्जी ने, ये तो भारत के प्रजाप्रभुत्व के इतिहास में एक ब्लैक स्पॉट है। ये देश के राष्ट्रपति एक कार्यक्रम के लिए आ रही है और देश के राष्ट्रपति को आप रिसीव करने के नहीं जाते हैं। ये तो क्या अहंकार है। ये प्रेसिडेंट को कोई भी पार्टी का सरकार हो, राष्ट्रपति को ऐसे अपमान कोई नहीं करते हैं। एक ट्राइबल राष्ट्रपति को ऐसे अपमान करना अक्षम्य अपराध है।
So this political storm took place in West Bengal. Here is a report on everything we know so far in this controversy. Take a look.
In a rare and unprecedented moment, President Draupadi Murmu publicly expressed disappointment with the West Bengal government during her visit to Siliguri. The controversy centers around the International Santhali Conclave, where the president was scheduled to attend as the chief guest.
वहाँ का स्थिति थोड़ा इतना मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगा, तो मैंने सोचा जाके देखे। यहाँ तो बहुत अच्छा है, इतना बड़ा फील्ड है, यहाँ तो इतने सारे लोग आ सकते हैं। लेकिन पता नहीं क्या हुआ, क्या मन में समाया है उनका, वो जाने। लेकिन मैं बहुत दुखी हूँ, लेकिन यहाँ आके बहुत खुश लगा कि वहाँ के लोग, वहाँ भी लोग क्योंकि बहुत दूर है, वहाँ नहीं पहुँच पा रहे हैं। शायद उनके मन में था कोई ना आए और प्रेसिडेंट ऐसे ही घूम के चले जाए। आज उनका मन में ऐसा है तो फिर वो भी धन्यवाद है, क्योंकि जनरली देखा जाए तो प्रेसिडेंट आते हैं तो चीफ मिनिस्टर भी आना चाहिए, मंत्री भी आना चाहिए, लेकिन चीफ मिनिस्टर मैडम भी आए नहीं और गवर्नर का तो तबादला हो गया है तो वो नहीं आ पाए। लेकिन क्योंकि डेट पहले से फिक्स था इसीलिए मैं आ गई। लेकिन कोई भी बात नहीं, मैं आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। 2 मिनट में आप इतने लोग, हजारों लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हुए, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। ऐसे आई देखने के लिए कि कैसे उन्होंने बोले थे ना कंजस्टेड है, वहाँ नहीं जा पाएंगे, इसलिए मैंने सोचा कितना कंजस्टेड है तो जगह दिलवाएंगे गवर्नमेंट से बोल के। लेकिन जगह दिलवाने का कोई नहीं, यहाँ तो इतने पर्याप्त है। तो मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं भी बंगाल का ही बेटी हूँ। बंगाल में बहुत क्यों आने ही नहीं देते, ममता दीदी मेरे बहन भी है, छोटे बहन है, पता नहीं मुझे कोई गुस्सा किए होंगे इसीलिए वहाँ जाके प्रोग्राम करा। कोई बात नहीं, कोई गिला नहीं, कोई शिकवा नहीं, लेकिन वो भी आबाद रहे, आप लोग ठीक रहे। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
President Murmu said that the venue of the conference was suddenly shifted from Bidhanagar to a much smaller location near the Bagdogra airport. She alleged the change made it difficult for people to attend, raising questions over the state government's intentions. President Murmu also said that neither Mamata Banerjee nor any minister from her government was present to receive her during the visit. But Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee defended herself, saying that the incident is being politicized.
जब महाराष्ट्र पे ट्राइबल का ऊपर अत्याचार होता है, आप क्यों प्रोटेस्ट नहीं करते? जब मध्य प्रदेश में होता है, आप क्यों नहीं करते? जब छत्तीसगढ़ में होता है, आप क्यों नहीं करते? बंगाल को टारगेट किया, आपको पता है? ऑल्च की लैंग्वेज को रिकॉग्निशन कौन दिया? बंगाल ने दिया। देखिए डिफरेंस क्या है। আমি হিন্দিতে বলছি যাতে গদি মিডিয়া দেখতে পায় আর কি। आपका पास पता है कि हमारा एसटी स्टूडेंट को हम कितना रुपया महीना में देता है जिसको हॉस्टल में रहने का बाद? आपका पता है कि शेड्यूल ट्राइब्स जो है इधर में सब मौका मिलता है। आप कितना माझी थान बनाया, कितना जाहिर थान का आप प्राचीर बनाया, हमने वो काम भी किया, आपने तो एक भी नहीं कर पाया।
The remarks have triggered a major political confrontation. Prime Minister Modi has criticized Mamata and called it shameful and unprecedented. The BJP launched a sharp attack, calling Mamata Banerjee arrogant.
आज राष्ट्रपति जी के साथ जो व्यवहार किया है ममता की सरकार और ममता बनर्जी ने, ये तो भारत के प्रजाप्रभुत्व के इतिहास में एक ब्लैक स्पॉट है। ये देश के राष्ट्रपति एक कार्यक्रम के लिए आ रही है और देश के राष्ट्रपति को आप रिसीव करने के नहीं जाते हैं। ये तो क्या अहंकार है। ये प्रेसिडेंट को कोई भी पार्टी का सरकार हो, राष्ट्रपति को ऐसे अपमान कोई नहीं करते हैं। एक ट्राइबल राष्ट्रपति को ऐसे अपमान करना अक्षम्य अपराध है।
With accusations from both sides, what began as a conference is now escalated into a full-blown political confrontation between the centre and the West Bengal government.
So this is a political storm that has erupted in West Bengal, where President Draupadi Murmu has openly criticized the Mamata Banerjee government over the handling of a tribal conference in North Bengal. Now, the remarks have also triggered a fierce political war of words between the BJP and Trinamool Congress, and now the BJP has also reacted. We have already seen how Prahlad Joshi said that this is a black spot. The comments that were made by... All right, a big breaking news coming in. Union Home Secretary writes to West Bengal Chief Secretary as well. Letter to West Bengal Chief Secretary over protocol breach. So this is a big news that we are getting, where a letter has been sent to West Bengal Chief Secretary by Union Home Secretary, where it's written about the protocol breach that took place at the event which Draupadi Murmu attended at a tribal conference in Darjeeling over protocol breach. This is the preliminary information that we have, prelim information that we have on this story. What all things were mentioned in the letter, we'll tell you briefly, but this is a letter which was sent by Union Home Secretary to Mamata Banerjee's government's Chief Secretary, where it's written that a protocol breach took place at the event where a tribal conference was taking place in Darjeeling. We have already seen how BJP has reacted very sharply on this entire controversy. A war of words erupting between BJP and TMC there. Now this comes right ahead of the West Bengal elections that are due to take place in a couple of months. But BJP, of course, launching a scathing attack on Mamata Banerjee government, questioning what was the intent, why the location was changed at the last movement and why nobody from the state, no minister from the state, and even the chief minister could not come to receive the president. Of course, we have already seen how president have also complained regarding this and also questioned the intent of the Mamata Banerjee government and questioning and hinting, in fact, saying that she might not have wanted the people to attend the event. So this is the latest piece of information that we are getting, where the West Bengal Chief Secretary has been pulled up over protocol breach that took place by the Mamata Banerjee government. In this letter, the Home Secretary talks about the protocol breach. Now, Iranian strikes hit a tower in Dubai Marina on Saturday, leaving smoke rising from its facade. Now, debris from an intercepted Iranian projectile had caused minor damage to the exterior of a building in the marina. Dubai's government has confirmed the incident, saying that air defense systems had successfully intercepted the incoming projectile. Take a look. Hours after Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian said that neighboring countries won't be attacked, an Iranian drone hit a tower in Dubai Marina in UAE. Debris from the intercepted Iranian projectile caused minor damage to the exterior of a building in the marina. Dubai's government confirmed the incident shortly after the strike. The government said that the air defense systems had successfully intercepted the incoming projectile. No injuries were reported from the incident. So, was Iran's apology to other Gulf nations sincere? Only time will tell. Coming in, and now the Iranian media has claimed that IRGC has hit the Haifa refinery in Israel. IRGC hits Haifa refinery in response to Israel regime's attack on Tehran refinery. So this is a fresh attack that we are seeing by Iran on Haifa refinery. This is in retaliation to an earlier strike which was carried out by Israel on various oil facilities in Iran. Now, some media outlets are claiming that over 30 oil facilities, oil depots were in fact attacked in Iran, damaging the key infrastructure in the country. We have already seen how oil refinery facilities across the Gulf region, in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, in Bahrain, have come under attack in the recent past since the war started on 28th of February. But this attack, which was carried out by Israel to damage the key infrastructure of Iran, damaging about 30 refineries and oil depots in Iran. In retaliation to this, of course, Iran also carried out damaging the Haifa refinery hub in Israel. So this is a latest that we're getting in the war in West Asia. Earlier, Ras Tanura oil refinery was attacked in Saudi Arabia. We have also seen multiple other oil refineries such as Ras Laffan Industrial City. LNG facilities were damaged in Qatar as well. That led to world's largest LNG producer, Qatar Energy, suspending its operations. And multiple locations in Qatar, Mesaid Industrial City was also attacked. Fujairah in UAE, oil terminals in UAE, they also came under attack. In Oman also, various tankers on different ports were also attacked. Now, the head of Britain's armed forces has rejected criticism that the military was ill-prepared for conflict in Iran and said that we are in probably the most dangerous period in decades. The criticism came from UK's allied nations over its response to the Iran conflict, particularly over the defense of Cyprus, where a UK base was struck by a drone earlier this week. More in this report.
As UK entered the West Asia war, the head of Britain's armed forces, Knighton, has rejected criticism that the military was unprepared for the Iran war.
Well, I completely reject that criticism. If we just look at the facts, so for several weeks now we've been bolstering our presence and the forces in the Middle East, particularly at Cyprus, and doing that in consultation with our regional partners. We've added additional Typhoons, F-35, over 400 people to help protect and defend the airspace around Cyprus. And even as late as Wednesday, Thursday, before the war started, Donald Trump was talking about a peaceful resolution. When the war started on Saturday, it became clear over the next 48 hours that Iran's response was going to be very much broader, wild and indiscriminate and rather reckless compared to what we saw in the 12-day war last summer.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer sent a warship to Cyprus after a Royal Air Force base was struck by an Iranian drone on Monday. It comes as the British military deployed 4 additional Royal Air Force Typhoon fighter jets to Qatar on Saturday as the war escalates.
Well, I think that's a question we will need to ask the President, but also to see how that plays out on the ground. So far, what we've seen is the Iranian regime has shown defiance and has continued to launch reckless attacks against people right across the region, many of whom had nothing to do with the original attacks on Iran. But it's also very clear that the Americans and Israelis are fighting very hard and causing enormous amounts of damage to Iran's ability to strike at our regional partners and our interests in the region.
Separately, Knighton added that the war in the region is probably the most dangerous time of the last 30 years that he has been in uniform.
What the Prime Minister and the Defence Secretary have made clear, and what's very clear to me, is that this is probably the most dangerous time of the last 30 odd years that I've been in uniform, and it's very clear that the demands on defence are rising, and that's why I think the Prime Minister said in his Munich Security Conference speech that we needed to spend more on defence and do it faster, and you won't be surprised that I agree wholeheartedly with what the Prime Minister said.
Knighton also debunked claims that cuts in UK's military have slowed down the UK's response and signalled that the UK could join more proactive strikes in the future. Britain has been criticised by allies over its response to the crisis, particularly over the defence of Cyprus, where a UK base was struck by a drone earlier this week.
Now, another update news coming in, and this time after Iran struck multiple oil facilities across the Middle East, now Israel has struck oil facility in Tehran. Massive, huge flames on your screens. You can see the videos. This after Israel hits oil depot in Tehran. So these are the visuals from Tehran, where multiple oil facilities, in fact, have been hit by Israel, damaging the key infrastructure. Oil refineries in Israel's Haifa were also hit in retaliation to these strikes that you can see on your screen. Massive explosions taking place, videos after videos. You can see these 3 videos, all from Iran, where oil facilities were significantly damaged and key infrastructure completely destroyed. Oil refineries, the massive fire taking place, a number of oil depots, in fact, in different provinces across Iran. We are talking about Tehran, Al-Bors, Karaj. In all of these provinces, over 30 oil refineries were hit. Now, Israel has also accused the US-Israeli forces of striking a vital key civilian infrastructure. In fact, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi described the strike as absolutely unacceptable, and this strike comes as Iran has now accused US-Israeli forces of striking a vital civilian infrastructure.
It's the 9th day of war. Israel and US have conducted many waves of strikes against Tehran, hitting key military infrastructure, air defense systems, missile launchers, and communication systems. Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has leveled a serious allegation against the US armed forces: an attack on a freshwater desalination plant. Abbas Araghchi warned that such attacks set a dangerous precedent. Araghchi added that attacking Iran's infrastructure is a dangerous move with grave consequences. As per Iran, the attack on the desalination plant has disrupted water supply to 30 villages. Concerns were raised about the humanitarian impact in the region. Iran's IRGC has also claimed to take revenge. IRGC claimed it struck the United States Dhafra Air Base in Bahrain. IRGC claims that it was the same base that was used to strike the desalination plant.
All right, taking a short break. Coming up, Trump claims US strikes wiped out 42 Iranian Navy ships, Air Force and communications. As Iran war escalates, reports say that Iran's new supreme leader to be selected in a meeting soon.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी every day.
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع
We continue to get the tales of valor. India speaks, asserts, and leads. And I welcome Major General G.D. Bakshi for speaking on the age of an assertive India. Over to you, sir.
Indeed, a pleasure to come back to the second gathering of the Nationalist Collective. Even as we speak, the war has started. There has been a joint attack, I believe, by America and Israel onto Tehran. They've hit the president's house. They've hit some of the key targets, Ministry of Defense, intelligence, etc. So even as we speak, the war has started. I wouldn't be surprised if this escalates. We were all dreading that Donald Trump to get the Epstein files off the, main headlines was capable of doing anything. His own, Chief of Staff, Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, had told him, don't do it, because this could lead to heavy American casualties. If the Iranians are able to sink an aircraft carrier, there are 5,000 American sailors on an aircraft carrier. And if they don't hit an aircraft carrier, even if they hit a Arleigh-Burke class destroyer, it could lead to, the end of Donald Trump's political career. So let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. It's a very interesting day for us soldiers because, there is so much to learn. You live and you learn. Every day you live and you learn. They seem to have achieved a tactical surprise because the talks just ended, and the talks were just a ruse to gain time. They were a ruse to gain time. The decision had already been taken. The Gerald Ford carrier battle group was moved there so that you could, defend Israel with the Patriot missiles, with the THAAD missiles, because the Iranian missiles are about to fly anytime if they haven't taken off already. So let's see, wait and watch what happens. Today, I want to come closer home. We will, of course, be going after this to fight this war on television, but I want to start with closer home. After I retired, for about good 13 years, along with my very dear friend Sushil Pandit and many other good friends, we had been going around trying to ask for a statue of Netaji to be installed at the, India Gate behind the National War Memorial. I want to share some things with you. You see, we are so delighted that at long last, after years and years and years of Jantar Mantar and motorcycle rallies here, Mumbai, everywhere, the Prime Minister finally listened to us, and we had the 28-foot tall, 80-ton statue of Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose, exactly where King George V statue had once stood. I thought it was poetic justice. We are free today, and if we are free, we got our freedom in 1947. It was only and only because of Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose and the Indian National Army. In 1945, the Second World War got over with the nuclear bombing of Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Japan surrendered, right? I mean, they had no option. They surrendered. Netaji did not. He did not surrender. It had already been planned out, and Count Terauchi, the Southern Army commander, was very fond of Netaji, very close to Netaji. He had told the Kampetai, the Japanese intelligence agency, that they should prepare a deception plan to help Netaji get away to Manchuria, and from Manchuria he was heading for the Soviet Union, because the Russian armies of Zhukov at that very stage were advancing towards Manchuria. So the Kampetai, the Japanese intelligence agency, prepared a deception plan. As per that deception plan, Netaji's plane took off from Vietnam, landed, made a temporary refueling halt at Taihaku airport in Taiwan, where that air crash was staged. And Habibur Rahman was left behind to tell the story that he had died in an air crash. He, along with Lieutenant General Shedai, a Russian-speaking general of the Japanese army, expert in surrender negotiations, international protocols, along with Netaji and his 2 bags worth of gold, which the Indian diaspora had given to continue the fight. They took off for Manchuria, and they landed at Manchuria. They were received by Colonel Peter Utrekhin of the SMERSH Soviet Agency. Peter Utrekhin of the SMERSH Soviet Agency. And then they were taken from there, along with General Shedai, the Russian-speaking Japanese general, to Omsk in Siberia. Please don't forget that when Netaji had established his Hukumat-e-Azad Hind in Singapore in 1943, October 1943, 9 countries of the world, including the Soviet Union, had recognized Netaji's provisional Indian government in exile, right? In Omsk in Siberia. Don't forget, that was the place where the Soviet government had shifted. Less Stalin, Zhukov and the general staff. They had stayed on in Moscow, but the rest of the government, to get out of the range of German bombers, had been shifted to Omsk in Siberia. Kacho Kano, that is a code word for who the ambassador of the INA was in Omsk in Siberia, he had received Netaji. From there, Netaji had made 3 radio broadcasts which were recorded by the Intelligence Bureau in Kolkata. The first radio broadcast from Omsk, Siberia, 32-meter band, was in December 1945. Netaji is supposed to have died 18th August 1945. So who was this? A ghost or what? The first broadcast was in December 1945. The second was in January 1946. And the third and final broadcast was on the 18th of February 1946. You remember that date? What happened on 18th of February 1946? There was a revolt in the Royal Indian Navy against the British. On 79 out of 80 ships of the Royal Indian Navy, the Union Jack was pulled down by the Indian sailors. The tricolour was fluttered and put up there, and thereafter, the sailors went around the streets of Mumbai and Karachi with portraits of Netaji shouting, "Jai Hind, Jai Hind." They turned their guns onto the British officers' messes, the Taj Hotel and what have you. And that was the end of the Raj. The British panicked, absolutely panicked, and Lord Pethick, Lawrence Secretary of State for India, was sent to commence transfer of power negotiation. Right? Now, when this happened, they heard this final broadcast and then they saw the naval mutiny. The British contacted the Soviets. They had 2 treaties with the Soviet Union, one of 1941 and one of 1944, for sharing top-level intelligence, cooperation in special military operations. Under the tenets of this treaty, they approached Stalin and they told him, "Look, we know you've got him in your country. You got him in Omsk, we've got his, this thing." And there is a letter by the Home Secretary Moody, M-U-D-I-E. He was equivalent of the Home Minister in the Viceroy's government, right? And, they were discussing what to do with Bose. And there is a very significant line. Let him be where he is. Let him be where he is, right? And very enigmatic. But the simple fact is they approached Stalin and they told him, "It's very wrong. We are supposed to be allies and you are giving shelter to the biggest enemy of the state. Here is a man who has been with Hitler. And if there is one man Stalin hated, it was Hitler. I mean, it was visceral." So he blew his top, not so much because he was there, but because the operation had been leaked. And do you know that Colonel Peter Utekhin and the head of the Smersh agency were shot by the NKVD in 1951 because of this leakage of information. But Stalin was now embarrassed, deeply embarrassed. War had just ended. They had fought as allies with the British and the Americans. And therefore, Netaji was arrested and taken to camp number 48, prisoner of war camp number 48 in Sudzal in Siberia. This is the camp where the top German generals, Field Marshal von Paulus and the rest of them, and the Japanese general were kept for detailed, what is called phase 3 interrogation, right? That is where Netaji was imprisoned. It is said, we don't have concrete evidence of this, but it is speculated that the British said, "We don't want him back. No bloody jail in India can hold Netaji even for a day, especially after the trials, INA trials. The whole country was inflamed. The whole country was inflamed, right? And because of that, you know, they said no jail in India will be able to hold Netaji. So they said, we want to interrogate him there because we are very worried. They were expecting the smaller revolt in spring, which happened in 18th February. But the major revolt in the British Indian Army, 25 lakh Indian soldiers, battle-hardened, combat-hardened, who had fought the Germans, the British, the Japanese, the Germans, the Italians, the Japanese, beaten them all. And there were 40,000, there were 40,000 Gora troops in India. And there were 25 lakh soldiers, Indian soldiers of the British Indian Army. In 1857, they didn't have officer-level leadership. Only Nayaks and Havaldars, that was the maximum, right? This time, we had 25,000 Indian officers in the British Indian Army. The senior most was Cariappa. Senior most was Field Marshal Cariappa, then a brigadier. And Thamaya, etc., Shirinagesh, they were full colonels. So we had the leadership, we had the people, and the British military intelligence had said the major revolt will come in June. Sorry. As it is, revolts had broken out in Jabalpur in the Signal Regiment. My father served there. We were there as kids. We have seen those barracks with the bullet marks. Revolt had spread to the British Indian Army, and that is what made the British panic. There was Operation Gondola. Lieutenant General Sinha, who was the first Indian officer to be posted to the MO Directorate, British time. You know, the British officer was fed up. He wanted to get back home. He said, ye le chabi, wo top secret files wahan hai, tu khud gin le, problem ho to mere ko bata deiyo. Main ja raha hu ghar bhai. So he opened the files, and the first one he saw was not for Indian eyes. You know, and that was contingency plans drawn up by the British, Operation Gondola, in which all the British forces would head for the cantonments where they had airstrips or ports. The families would fly out first, and then the British Army would stage a fighting withdrawal, like Kabul. You remember Kabul? Hanging from the bloody wheels of the aircraft. That was the plan. That was the level of panic into which the British had gone. So it is said that they were extremely worried. They contacted the Soviet Union, they contacted Stalin, and they asked to interrogate NATO. The files of the IB have still not been declassified, not one. Not one. You know, the rest of it we have all heard. Those were already revealed. The simple fact is that Netaji was interrogated. Now the military men here know what interrogation means. It means torture. It means torture. He was tortured to death. They are saying that they use a plastic bag to suffocate and fake a heart attack. And Netaji's body is buried there in some unnamed grave in Siberia. The British government, the Nehruvian government, they hung on to that deception plan of the Kampetai, the crash in Taihoku. By the way, when the Mukherjee Commission went to Taiwan, they said, show us the records of the aircraft. There is not one record of any air crash in the month of August, September. End September, there is an air crash about 200 miles away from that Taihoku airfield, when an American plane with returning prisoners of war hit a peak, a mountain peak. Nothing to do with this. So the simple fact is, this narrative was taken advantage of by the British to live in a haze of glory. The Indians, like beggars, begged for their freedom. They fasted. And we were so moved to tears by the fasting of Gandhi and Nehru. I hope you know that the British caused 11 man-made famines in India, in which, as per British records, colonial records, 60 to 80 million Indians perished. Perished! You understand? And why did they perish? Because you told the farmers you will not grow rice, wheat, vegetables, you will grow opium to sell to China. You will grow indigo to paint the bloody textiles. And the average age of Indians was brought down in the British Empire from 70 to 27. That was the average lifespan of the Indian. Because of deliberate man-made famines. If you are weak, what bloody fighting will you do? The greatest nightmare of the British was the simple fact that 1857, if that happens again, we are done for. We are done for, right? And therefore, I'm sorry to state this, but Gandhiji was exploited. Exploited by the MI5, MI6 to keep India peaceful. Ahimsa Parmo Dharm suited the British very well. It suited the narrative of the British to go in a blaze of glory. We left because these people fasted. People who murdered, genocidal murder of 60 to 80 million Indian citizens, left because Gandhi fasted, Nehru fasted. Give us another one. Give us another one. But that is what happened. Netaji lies buried there. It suited the Nehruvian government to spread tales of the air crash. And when those, didn't seem to work, 2 inquiry commissions and people of India were damned skeptical. Then a Shaulmari Baba was put up by the Intelligence Bureau in Bengal. All the British agents, headed by Talwar, the biggest swine who had trailed Netaji till Afghanistan, British spy, IB spy, they all gathered around Netaji, Shaulmari Baba. That story didn't work. Then we created another story of Gumnami Baba. The whole aim was to take away the angst, cover up that story of torture and death in which the Indian government connived. Connived to the man who made you free. If there is no board outside the Delhi Gymkhana Club or the DSOI Club, you know what the boards said? Indians and dogs not allowed. Bhartiya or kutte andar nahi aa sakte. The man who helped you take those stupid boards out, the man who really freed you, this is what we did to Netaji. Now, Netaji, one of his last acts in Singapore, in August 1945, he had built a national war memorial for the Indian National Army, Azad Hind Fauj. Out of 60,000 men, 26,000 had laid down their lives, died fighting for the country. I just want to ask you a question for general interest. How many names do you think, Fauji is not allowed to answer this, how many names do you think are on the National War Memorial? How many names? 26,600 plus. Just a few have, because every month these figures rise. 26,600 out of the Army, Navy, Air Force, strength 1.3 million, 1947 to date. How many people do you think died in the Indian National Army or laid down their lives? 26,000 out of 60,000. 44% of the force laid down their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, एक पत्थर नहीं है इस कायनात में, इस भारतवर्ष में, जहां पे उनके नाम लिख दिए हों. Netaji, like I said, built a war memorial. Arnab, I have left a clip, and we got hold of a clip of 1945. It was that 35 millimeter. It has been converted to video. It's in black and white, but it shows that Netaji had built a war memorial in Singapore to the martyrs of the INA. When the war ended, Nehru and Mountbatten visited Singapore. The people of Indian origin in Singapore asked Nehru, क्या आप श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करेंगे? यहाँ INA का war memorial है. हाँ, yes, I'll come. And he was about to start when he got a phone call from Dickie Mountbatten. And Mountbatten said, Jawahar, you will not go. It was as simple as that, and he piped down. He sat down. Mountbatten sent the engineers, British Indian Army engineers. They wired up the whole war memorial and they blasted it to bit. Arnab, I'll earnestly request you to show the blasting of the INA war memorial to the people of India and to the people of Bengal. Because they are now facing an election. Let them see that. Right? It was blasted to bits. Arnab, nobody does this to a war memorial, man. In the Kargil war, you will bear witness that we handed back their dead bodies. When they didn't take them, we buried them with full military honors. We wrote the citation of their top gallantry award winner, that captain. We wrote the citation and put it in his pocket and sort of, gave it back to those people. Aslam Sher did a damn good job. He fought well. He fought like a hero. So countries respect even your enemy's war memorial, you don't touch. This was blasted, man. And 75 years after independence, 80 years after it was blasted, we still don't have a war memorial. We still don't have a war memorial to 26,000 warriors of the INA who laid down their lives so that you and I could be free. We don't have a war. The war memorial that was blasted in Singapore, right? There, the people of Indian origin, somewhere in 1995, they paid from their pocket and they rebuilt that war memorial in the form of a history book that stands. It's a beautiful war memorial. They rebuilt that war memorial. They paid. अपनी अंटी से जेब से पैसे दिए. और हमारी साहब थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी इन द वर्ल्ड है. पैसे नहीं है आपके पास, हम लोग दे साहब. चाहिए पैसे हमसे ले लीजिए ना यार. अगर इतनी गरीबी किल्लत इसीलिए आती है जबकि फौज का मामला होता. It's pathetic. But I'm sure if this reaches the right ears, and I'm sure it will through Arnab and his channel, it will reach the Prime Minister, it will reach the PMO, and I'm sure this year, before this year is over, we should have a war memorial for the Azad Hind Fauj, because of whom you and I are free. This is a national debt of honor. This is a national debt of honor. अरे साहब, अपने माँ बाप का भी हम लोग पिंडदान करते हैं, पितरी ऋण चुकाते हैं. Don't take the curses of 26,000 martyrs. How long will you not pay them that honor? Who are we scared of? The British Empire? I mean, that's some kind of a joke, man. We had an Indian who was the Prime Minister of Britain, Rishi Sunak. And when I was sitting with Arnab, I think when this news came and people asked me, what do you think? Rishi Sunak has become the Prime Minister of England. What is your reaction? I said, the empire strikes back. The empire strikes back. We have struck back. We have removed the statue of King George V. It was taken down by the public, by the way. The government didn't remove it. It was taken down by the public, and that canopy was lying vacant for all these years when a few years back the Netaji statue was installed there. I would appeal to the Prime Minister to finish this unfinished business, to give it closure with dignity, with respect and full honors to those 26,000 martyrs of the Azad Hind Fauj. Jai Bharat! Jai Hind!
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin, our top focus will be on the unprecedented war of words as President Draupadi Murmu criticized Mamta government. President Murmu claimed that state denied permission for a tribal event. We'll get you all the details of this and the updates to this story. Plus, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. After Iranian strikes on oil refineries, Israel hits back targets oil depot in Tehran. Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi accuses US of attacking freshwater desalination plant on Gulf Island. Trump claims US strikes wiped out 42 Iranian Navy ships, also struck Air Force station and communication system. As the Iran war escalates, reports say that Iran's new supreme leader to be selected in a meeting. Unprecedented war of words as President Murmu criticizes Mamta government. President Murmu claims state denied permission for tribal event. Prime Minister Narendra Modi slams Mamta Banerjee's government over insult to Draupadi Murmu during Bengal visit, says TMC has crossed all limits. All right, viewers, let's begin with a big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. We have a breaking news coming in as per sources, official sources. Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan has sought a detailed report from the West Bengal Chief Secretary by 5 p.m. today regarding the lapses in the prescribed protocol for receiving President Draupadi Murmu, the change of venue of the International Santhal Conference in Darjeeling district and other related arrangements. And this is a very big development. Official sources allege that Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan has sought a detailed report from the West Bengal Chief Secretary by 5 p.m. today regarding the lapses that were seen in the prescribed protocol for receiving President Draupadi Murmu. Now, this is the row that has become a big political battle. BJP has also responded and TMC is also responding here. Now, this comes as the latest development. This is amidst the blame game over President Draupadi Murmu's visit to West Bengal. Now, Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan has sought a report, is seeking a report from the state's chief secretary, that is Nandini Chakravarti, on alleged lapses during the president's event. So the question is, why were the lapses there? Right, viewers, now a political storm has erupted in West Bengal. President Draupadi Murmu has openly criticized the Mamta Banerjee government over the handling of a tribal conference in North Bengal. The remarks have triggered a fierce political battle of words, war of words between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. More in this report.
In a rare and unprecedented moment, President Draupadi Murmu publicly expressed disappointment with the West Bengal government during her visit to Siliguri. The controversy centers around the International Santhali Conclave, where the president was scheduled to attend as the chief guest.
वहाँ का स्थिति थोड़ा इतना मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगा, तो मैंने सोचा जाके देखे। यहाँ तो बहुत अच्छा है, इतना बड़ा फील्ड है, यहाँ तो इतने सारे लोग आ सकते हैं, लेकिन पता नहीं क्या हुआ, क्या मन में समाया है उनका, वो जाने। लेकिन मैं बहुत दुखी हूँ, लेकिन यहाँ आके बहुत खुश लगा कि वहाँ के लोग, वहाँ भी लोग क्योंकि बहुत दूर है, वहाँ नहीं पहुँच पा रहे हैं। शायद उनके मन में था कोई ना आए और प्रेसिडेंट ऐसे ही घूम के चले जाए। आज उनका मन में ऐसा है तो फिर वो भी धन्यवाद है, क्योंकि जनरली देखा जाए तो प्रेसिडेंट आते हैं तो चीफ मिनिस्टर भी आना चाहिए, मंत्री भी आना चाहिए, लेकिन चीफ मिनिस्टर मैडम भी आए नहीं और गवर्नर का तो तबादला हो गया है तो वो नहीं आ पाए। लेकिन क्योंकि डेट पहले से फिक्स था इसीलिए मैं आ गई। लेकिन कोई भी बात नहीं। मैं आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। 2 मिनट में आप इतने लोग, हजारों लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हुए, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। ऐसे आई देखने के लिए कि कैसे उन्होंने बोले थे कि कंजस्टेड है, वहाँ नहीं जा पाएंगे, इसलिए मैंने सोचा कितना कंजस्टेड है तो जगह दिलवाएंगे गवर्नमेंट से बोल के, लेकिन जगह दिलवाने का कोई नहीं, यहाँ तो इतने पर्याप्त है। तो मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं भी बंगाल का ही बेटी हूँ। बंगाल में बहुत क्यों आने ही नहीं देते। ममता दीदी मेरे बहन भी है, छोटे बहन है, पता नहीं मुझे कोई गुस्सा किए होंगे, इसीलिए वहाँ जाके प्रोग्राम करा। कोई बात नहीं, कोई गिला नहीं, कोई शिकवा नहीं, लेकिन वो भी आवाज रहे, आप लोग ठीक रहे। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
President Murmu said that the venue of the conference was suddenly shifted from Bidhanagar to a much smaller location near the Bagdogra airport. She alleged the change made it difficult for people to attend, raising questions over the state government's intentions. President Murmu also said that neither Mamata Banerjee nor any minister from her government was present to receive her during the visit. But Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee defended herself, saying that the incident is being politicized.
जब महाराष्ट्र पे ट्राइबल का ऊपर अत्याचार होता है, आप क्यों प्रोटेस्ट नहीं करते? जब मध्य प्रदेश में होता है, आप क्यों नहीं करते? जब छत्तीसगढ़ में होता है, आप क्यों नहीं करते? बंगाल को टारगेट किया, आपको पता है? ऑल्च की लैंग्वेज को रिकॉग्निशन कौन दिया? बंगाल ने दिया। देखिए डिफरेंस क्या है। আমি হিন্দিতে বলছি যাতে গদি মিডিয়া দেখতে पाए আর কি। आपका पास पता है कि हमारा एसटी स्टूडेंट को हम कितना रुपया महीना में देता है, जिसको हॉस्टल में रहने का बाद? आपका पता है कि शेड्यूल ट्राइब्स जो है इधर में सब मौका मिलता है। आप कितना माजी थान बनाया, कितना जाहिर थान का आप प्राचीर बनाया, हमने वो काम भी किया, आपने तो एक भी नहीं कर पाया।
The remarks have triggered a major political confrontation. Prime Minister Modi has criticized Mamata and called it shameful and unprecedented. The BJP launched a sharp attack, calling Mamata Banerjee arrogant.
आज राष्ट्रपति जी के साथ जो व्यवहार किया है ममता की सरकार और ममता बनर्जी ने, ये तो भारत के प्रजाप्रभुत्व के इतिहास में एक ब्लैक स्पॉट है। ये देश के राष्ट्रपति एक कार्यक्रम के लिए आ रही है और देश के राष्ट्रपति को आप रिसीव करने के नहीं जाते हैं। ये तो क्या अहंकार है। ये प्रेसिडेंट को कोई भी पार्टी का सरकार हो, राष्ट्रपति को ऐसे अपमान कोई नहीं करते हैं। एक ट्राइबल राष्ट्रपति को ऐसे अपमान करना अक्षम्य अपराध है।
With accusations from both sides, what began as a conference has now escalated into a full-blown political confrontation between the centre and the West Bengal government.
All right, viewers, moving on to another top story, we bring to you a big breaking news, an exclusive response to Republic TV by Directorate of Shipping on Indian seafarers stuck in the Gulf region. So this is exclusive. It's a big response, Republic exclusive on the stranded Indian seafarers. So this is as per the communication, and we bring to you this big breaking news of an exclusive response to Republic by Directorate of Shipping on Indian seafarers who are stuck in the Gulf region, asking on what of the efforts are being taken place, and that includes immediate communication with Indian missions and local maritime authorities whenever an incident is reported. All right, so as per the graphics also on your screen, let us explain you what happened in the response we got. And this is the response. Now, seafarers currently stuck in the Gulf region. With regard to the presence of Indian seafarers in the region, it is estimated that approximately 23,000 Indian seafarers are currently serving on board various vessels as of now and operating in the Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz and adjoining waters. These seafarers are deployed on vessels of different flags and companies as part of global maritime trade. The Directorate continues to maintain close monitoring through its communication center and coordination with industry stakeholders. So this was the first response. And the other part is that Indian seafarers, what about the Indian seafarers who are killed in the Gulf region? The Directorate General of Shipping responded that it is closely monitoring incidents reported in the Gulf region. Now, as per the information available with Directorate, a limited number of casualties involving Indian seafarers have been reported in recent incidents, and the matter is under active coordination with the concerned shipping companies, embassies and foreign authorities. And also about the measures being taken by the Directorate to ensure the safety and security of Indian seafarers in the Gulf region, given the recent incidents of violence and fatalities. The Director General of Shipping responded and said that they are taking several proactive measures to ensure the safety and security of Indian seafarers, including issuance of maritime security advisories directing shipping companies and Indian flag vessels to adopt enhanced vigilance and safety protocols while operating in the Gulf region. Also 24/7 monitoring of the situation through the DG Shipping Communication Center. All right, Hina is joining me from the newsroom for more details on the story and about the response from the Directorate. Hina, what response did we receive? Over to you.
Shivam, our colleague Sadhvi, in fact, reached out to Directorate of Shipping to inquire about the condition of Indian seafarers who are stuck in the Gulf region as this war wages on in West Asia. So I'll just hand over the mic to Sadhvi so that she can take us through to the entire response that we've gotten from Directorate of Shipping. Sadhvi, let us know what exactly was the reply that you received.
So, here is the exclusive response that Republic has got from the Directorate of Shipping over the situation of the Indian seafarers who are currently working in the West Asian regions amid the escalating situations. So, Directorate of Shipping, in a response to Republic, told that approximately 23,000 Indian seafarers are currently serving on the vessels in Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz and other nations. A lot of these workers are working on the vessels of Indian flags as well as of the other countries. As far as in regards to the Indian seafarers who have been killed amid the West Asian tensions, the Directorate of Shipping is providing compensation to the families, and the Directorate of Shipping is also ensuring a 24/7 monitoring system to ensure that the workers who are currently there in the West Asian region are safe and secure. While the Directorate of Shipping is also ensuring diplomatic efforts with the Gulf region authorities to prevent such incidents and ensure swift repatriation of the bodies. Hina.
Absolutely, Sadhvi. So here we have assurance from Directorate of Shipping who has said that we will ensure the condition of Indian seafarers. Talking about the casualties, Directorate of Shipping, Shivam said that a limited number of casualties, reports of limited number of casualties have come out, but it is still to be ascertained as to how many casualties exactly are there. The Directorate of Shipping has also asked everybody to not propagate any sort of misinformation in this. Repatriation efforts are also going to go on. A proper compensation to be provided to the families of this Indian seafarers who have lost their lives in the war that is going on in West Asia. And of course, the safety and security of these Indian seafarers will be ensured. The Directorate of Shipping has also said that it is be in close touch with the embassies and also these shipping companies.
Yeah. So DGS further added that the Directorate of Shipping is in continuous engagement with the companies to review the voyage planning, crew safety and risk assessment for vessels transiting through the sensitive areas amid the Gulf War.
Absolutely. So a big step being taken by the Directorate of Shipping also. We are ensuring that all of the Indians who are stranded in the Gulf region as this war wages on, they remain safe, they remain secure, and as soon as possible they repatriate to their homeland here in India. Shivam.
Yes, definitely. That is a war zone, especially when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. And especially, it was a quite detailed response, Hina, when it comes to Directorate. The detailed response was given on how those who are struck are being taken care of and the communication that is happening between them. And also, families must have also been informed in this case, Hina. Any more information regarding that information, staying in communication with the families of those who are stuck in that region, Hina?
Shivam, this is an exclusive only on Republic, where Surbi, in fact, reached out to Directorate of Shipping, and that is how we got this a very detailed response, in fact, pinpointing on each and every question that was asked by Surbi to Directorate of Shipping. They've also said, Surbi, about the 24/7 monitoring system that they have put in place.
Yeah, so the Directorate of Shipping has put in a 24/7 monitoring DG Shipping Communication Center. The Directorate of Shipping told that they are continuously in touch with the different Gulf region and Indian authorities working in the Gulf region to ensure the safety and security of the crew. The Directorate also further added that they are in the close coordination with the Ministry of External Affairs and Indian embassies, maritime administrations, and port authorities in Gulf region to address such incidents happening.
Absolutely. This is a major takeaway, Shivam, where we are reaching out to the authorities in the Gulf region and coordinating closely with them to ensure that these members are repatriated to their homeland. Of course, families will be updated timely on the condition of these people.
All right, Hina, thanks, Hina and Surbi. Both of them were joining from the newsroom, and this was an exclusive response from the Directorate of Shipping on the Indian seafarers who were struck in that region, because it's an ongoing war in the entire West Asian region, especially when it concerns the Strait of Hormuz. Let's move on to another top story. Now, Iranian strikes have hit a tower in Dubai Marina on Saturday, leaving smoke rising from its facade. Now, debris from an intercepted Iranian projectile had caused minor damage to the exterior of the building in the marina. Dubai's government confirmed the incident shortly, saying air defense systems had successfully intercepted the incoming projectile. Watch this report.
Hours after Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian said that neighboring countries won't be attacked, an Iranian drone hit a tower in Dubai Marina in UAE. Debris from the intercepted Iranian projectile caused minor damage to the exterior of a building in the marina. Dubai's government confirmed the incident shortly after the strike. The government said that the air defense systems had successfully intercepted the incoming projectile. No injuries were reported from the incident. So, was Iran's apology to other Gulf nations sincere? Only time will tell.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next, after Iranian strikes on oil refineries, Israel hits back, targets oil depot in Tehran.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems, the U.S. deployed air, naval, and surveillance power across the region.
These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to..."
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems.
We're joined by Captain Gurdeep Bala, Commanding Officer of INS Nilgiri, Indian Navy's stealth frigate. Captain Bala is joining us in Visakhapatnam, where we are already seeing the International Fleet Review 2026 going on. We also have the exercise Milan, which is taking place, where we're seeing 74 navies, 19 foreign warships participating. Captain Bala, thank you very much for joining us. Shawan, it's quite an exercise, quite an atmosphere, and Captain Bala has been kind enough to take time out of his busy schedule and give some time to us.
Well, in fact, before we begin this session with Captain Bala, I just want to tell this to all who are watching today, this special edition of the Forces First, and why I would say is extremely special. The reason being that not often do you get the opportunity of being on India's latest frigate. The messaging that essentially we are doing in the backdrop of the International Fleet Review, ladies and gentlemen, today I would say that India has achieved a massive maritime success when over 70 plus countries, while we speak today, 70 plus countries have participated in the International Fleet Review, sending in the message of hope, sending the message of maritime cooperation. Over the next couple of minutes, we will be interacting with Captain Bala, who's been extremely gracious, for spending time with us, part of a Milan exercise, which is going to be also happening. Despite all of that, he's been able to, spare some time. I want to take that first question with you, Captain Bala. As the commissioning officer of INS Nilgiri, which happens to be the latest frigate, part of the indigenization program of it, I want to ask you, what does being the commanding officer of the latest frigate really mean to you and for any other naval officer?
Oh, thank you so much first for having me here. It's my honor as well. I'm not the commissioning commanding officer, I'm the second, and all the hard work has been done by the initial crew. But in very simple terms, to be entrusted with command of a warship in any navy, I think is the biggest symbol of trust that the navy can repose in an officer. So in that sense, that you have the Navy's trust is itself a great honor. To be on one of the latest platforms of the Navy, indigenously designed and constructed, I don't think it gets bigger than this.
Captain Bala, can you tell us what is so special about this stealth frigate that makes it so special? First in class, what makes it so special?
So this is INS Nilgiri. It's part of Project 17 Alpha. It's the lead ship of 7 of its kind. This is a follow-on of the very successful Shivalik class of frigates. We had 3 of those, and with improved technology, what we have, and our concept of operations, we went on to make the next version, which is, just like you have your cars or the mobile phones coming with newer version. So here the stealth is not just limited to the radar stealth technology. We have IR suppression, that is the infrared suppression. We have acoustic management, which brings down the underwater noise signature of the ship. The weapon package, the sensor package is as cutting edge as it can get anywhere in the world. And the ordnance delivery, therefore, it's as potent a platform. It's got long sea legs. That means it's got endurance, which can ensure the ship lasts at sea for a much longer time.
What message do we really send across? I want to put this in the context of the International Fleet Review, because International Fleet Review is also projection of power at high sea. With the participation of our latest frigates, Is there a message that India is essentially sending across to the maritime world?
In that sense, when we field our latest and the best in front of the whole world, I think the subtle message is we've got your back. You can depend on us, we'll be there for you. And this is also a message for the countrymen that our platforms are evolved, we're good. When the nation wants us to deliver where it wants, when it wants, however it is, as our Chief of Naval Staff often repeats, anywhere, anytime, anyhow. So we are there.
I want to just share this, Pranav, because we are talking to a career naval officer, and I don't think so it'll be, perhaps we won't be doing justice if we really not really go back to some of what has been achieved by Captain Bala, and of course your entire team. It's never about an individual in the services. So it's never, when I'm referring to you, I'm referring to you on behalf of your entire team. Captain Bala, you've seen a lot as a career naval officer. I want to begin by asking you, when you are out in the sea, you are basically representing the nation. Some of the most challenging operations, be it HADR or be it anything else, we somehow do not seem to grasp the nature of the challenges that a naval officer really faces when he's out in the sea. Perhaps at that point in time, there is no government, there is no one else who's seeing your back. I want to understand from you what goes into the mind of a naval officer when probably he's at the Red Sea, crossing the Red Sea, when you're knowing fully well that it's a dangerous route that you have taken. What are the challenges?
So I'll go back to what I said when I said the greatest symbol of trust, because unlike over land, once you're out at sea, you're out. Yep. If you've forgotten something, you can't come back. So that means your preparation before going out to sea has to be top notch. You're factored for all contingencies so that anything comes up, you're ready to discharge what is expected out of you. In similar breath, today a lot of challenges have been mitigated because the way the Navy has gone about integrating its networks, the transparency that a ship has today in terms of what surrounds it, and therefore the shore reach back that is available. So the decision making is that much easier. The fog of war, as I might say, it's reduced a little. It will never be off. The decision making is entirely yours at that moment. It is not practical that every time you're going to ask a superior, and that is where I think our Navy has matured. It's enabled that decision making by training, by sensor fusion, by the trust that has been institutionalized in the commanding officers and their teams. Trust is also because of the kind of technology that is available, and therefore the Navy challenges in the sense, when you have a ship, for example, since you asked this question, you look at what happened with MV Ruin. You had a ship which was hijacked. There are Bulgarian nationals there. You have an Indian naval ship, the INS Kolkata, which had gone. You had to go and interdict that. You have to rescue them. Everything is fine till it is fine, but if something had gone wrong, there would have been questions. And yet the Navy went ahead with this decision. The government backing was there, and that speaks volumes of our capabilities.
What was the nature? What was the nature of it? Because we are talking about an operation, in international waters. We are talking about an operation which requires a lot more finesse, and at that point in that, thinking right at that very moment. What goes into your mind what are the things that you really look into it in terms of perhaps ensuring that it's about the safety of those people, it is about a successful operation? How do you really distinguish between all of that?
So one is, if a decision has been made to go in, yes, one of the primary requirements today is to be legally correct. You don't want, and when I say legally correct, I don't mean about the rules, regulations restricted to within the Navy, but also at the international level. Contingency planning, I think, goes on a lot. So the team inside is gaming every situation. We may have a plan, but as the old adage goes, all plans are good till the first shot.
Tell us a story, because I think so everyone wants to know a little bit what goes behind it.
Because one of the most underplayed elements of when we talk about the military might is we talk about the machine, we talk about the guns, but the human element behind it is the most neglected or uncelebrated, probably, so to say. What is the human to human connect? I mean, when we talk to some of the people, they said the closest human being is actually the enemy. In high seas, the closest human being is probably the enemy. What are those human-to-human stories that you've...
So I'll, since you spoke it in the human part, so when the navies go out, they are professionals. There is no personal enmity at any level. You're representing the nation and you're doing what it requires best. We often talk of what we did, which is what most navies do. The good part of what Indian Navy has been trying to do is to get everyone and enable them also to discharge. So in 2024, somewhere in end of January, we had a fishing vessel called Lorenzo Puta 4 from Sri Lanka, which had sailed out. It was a multi-day fishing trawler, a new fishing trawler. And as they started exploring, they went somewhere in the Central Arabian Sea. And soon enough, the Sri Lankans realized that they had lost all communications with that fishing boat. New fishing trawler, missing in action. So they raised the level, they asked if the Indian Navy could do something about it. And soon enough, we had found out that where this particular fishing boat is. Now let's take it a step further. Who's the closest to this place? We realized that she was close to Seychelles at this point in time. We have the Information Fusion Center at Gurugram. We have foreign liaison officers, the international liaison officers. There were liaison officers from Sri Lanka, there were liaison officers from Seychelles. And we toyed around, look, Sri Lankans have raised this issue. Our drone has gone and, uncrewed vessel has gone and figured out that there is uncrewed aerial vehicle, if I might say. They figured out where exactly is this. Seychelles is the closest. Seychelles, can you do something about it? So Seychelles sent a Coast Guard ship, SCGS Topaz, which went and intercepted this hijacked fishing boat and escorted it back to Seychelles. The crew was rescued, repatriated, boat was back. But this is not the end of the story. What is SCGS Topaz? It was a fast patrol craft which was gifted by Indian Navy, Government of India to Seychelles. She had just undergone a refit, a repair in India. The crew was trained in India. So you see, we have enabled others, we have done a bit of capability enhancement and capacity building both with a foreign nation. Our aim is to ensure that others also come up and they are capable of discharging. So you had the Sri Lankan vessel, you are the Sri Lankan liaison officer in Gurugram, you had a Seychelles Coast Guard guy, a Seychelles Coast Guard ship built in India, crew trained in India, serviced in India. So everybody is together in this, and I think that's what makes it special.
I just wanted to also, understand this because, in fact, Pranav, what happens is that when we talk about diplomacy, we have always seen it from the eyes of perhaps the External Affairs Ministry, and rightfully so at some extent. What we many a time miss, or what we do not get an opportunity to witness, is the silent arm of diplomacy, which I say that perhaps is being done today by the Indian Navy on various occasions. Right. Is there a classic example, Captain Bala, in your mind of the achievement of naval diplomacy?
So there are multiple lines of effort in terms of capability building and capacity building both. On one hand, I'll just give you an example, we donate platforms. The naval staff talks ensure that the coastal radar chain in many of these, if you see the Indian Ocean region and the littorals, many of these countries are geographically small, but their exclusive economic zones are much bigger. And therefore, their ability to police and safeguard their own exclusive economic zones is challenged. And this is where the Indian Navy has stepped in. We have sent our patrol aircraft, our patrol ships, where we go and carry out exclusive economic zone patrolling for them with their crew embarked on a ship. We also have a lot of training carried out in India. So at any given time, you could say there are close to 1,000 trainees every year coming from a lot of these Indian Ocean region countries with us. What it does is they go back and then they train their own crew. So we have directly contributed to their enhancement. When we hand over our platforms to them, we are not profit driven, we are not trying to make money out of it. So we also ensure that our teams go and help them maintain those platforms. If required, those ships come to India where we have their repairs, refits carried out in naval dockyards. And all these are through the lines of credit.
Is it one of its kind? Because if you look at examples of world navies, do they really do the same?
Everybody does a little bit of everything, but I think, as you rightly brought out, what India does, and at the scale at which it does, without expecting any remuneration, rewards, I don't think there is another parallel to it.
In fact, you were mentioning about the hydrographic survey. How are we different? That's an excellent example you gave when we were talking just ahead of this discussion. What's that example? Can you tell us more?
Indian hydrographic survey is quite an old service. It's headquartered at Dehradun. We had some of the latest platforms like the Sandhayak, Nideshak participate in the International Fleet Review as well. World over, the Admiralty charts, that is the Royal Navy's hydrography, they were the ones who carried out and initiated all this survey of various harbours. Everybody is quite happy with Google Maps, but somebody had to do the hard work to generate those maps. Same is the challenge at sea. You have underwater features which you require to be aware of lest you go and collide there, ground yourself. A lot of this is done by commercial agencies or the Admiralty or other countries, and there is a sum involved. There is royalty involved. Whereas Indian Navy, the hydrography team starts with A, training those personnel of foreign navies in India. B, we send our survey vessels to foreign waters at their request, and we undertake those survey and prepare the hydrographic charts, and we hand over to them. We do not claim any royalty. So it's for them to own, and this is absolutely gratis. So countries which cannot afford to either own the survey ships or carry out the survey, or for that matter afford to even seek another country to come and do the survey for which they have to pay, I think they're all benefiting from India's practical Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, if I might say.
Can I ask you, because many a times we hear these stories back in our newsrooms when we about several evacuation operations that do take place. They are in moments which are extremely challenging. They are in moments at perhaps a beck and call that the ship is essentially diverted. Captain Bala, from your experience, is there something that you would cherish the most in your naval career in terms of an operation that was carried out which has effectively benefited the nation too?
So since we are here in 2026 on the sidelines of IFR, let me jog back our memory to 2016 IFR, where the flagship, the president's yacht at that time was INS Sumitra. And one of the reasons she was chosen was because when the war had unfolded and Gulf of Aden was a hotbed, we had all the evacuations being carried out by Sumitra. Now, what is special about Indian Navy is this. It's not that we are the only country which sends ships to evacuate its citizens. We've been doing it a lot in the recent past. The difference is we also evacuated foreign personnel. So we had a lot of Europeans who embarked Sumitra. We had, of course, the Asians and even the American citizens who were evacuated by Indian naval ships. We had Sumitra, we had Mumbai, both who had entered there.
I mean, as India looks at becoming a 10 trillion economy, the whole economic aspirations of the country, does the Navy feel the pressure of those aspirations? That's point number one. And point number two, what are the Navy's aspirations in itself? I mean, the whole dream of becoming a blue water Navy, are we closer to that? How are we marching towards that, if you could tell us?
So as far as becoming a blue water Navy, I think that is past tense. We've been operating 2 carriers for some time. And if you see the annual presser that the Indian Navy conducts of the Navy's footprint, we are all over the globe. And ships get deployed routinely, whether it's the Pacific Ocean or the Western Indian Ocean. We've been making forays in the Atlantic Ocean with no conquests, just doing our work which we are expected. You said pressure, you said aspirations. Pressure is good in many ways. The pressure of expectation of our countrymen to deliver is good. The Indian Ocean, and I'm not saying this, there have been enough documents, books, scholars have elaborated on this. It's, if you see the main junction where all the world's economy passes by, the European trade that is coming or going, or whether it's the Asian trade which is coming, everybody has to pass through the Indian Ocean. Geopolitics aside, there are a lot of threats which are emerging, and you need a Navy which can maintain that presence. You need a Navy which is there 24/7. So somewhere around 2016-17, you would have noticed we started mission-based deployments. So we are a decade into these mission-based deployments. We are no longer into reacting to something that, oh, there's an incident, let us send a ship. Today we have ships present there, ready to respond at just a call. We have aircraft which are always on surveillance, again to respond at a moment's call. So expectations and pressures are that whenever there is a requirement, the Indian Navy is there. Anybody who has any requirement, whether it is HADR, whether it is a search and rescue issue, whether it is some kind of security through exclusive economic zone patrolling protection, the Indian Navy is there. You would have heard the Chief of the Naval Staff repeatedly bring out, we are commissioning a platform at an average of one almost every 40-45 days. This is all to meet that nation's aspiration, which the Navy is getting geared up to meet.
Just as a supplementary question, you mentioned threat. What are the threats in the Indian Ocean region, sir?
So there are a lot of human trafficking. There are narcotic smuggling. There are illegal, unauthorized, fishing which is happening, unregulated, illegal, unauthorized and unregulated fishing, which means you look at the Somalian piracy issue. It's a land issue which is spilled over sea. A similar thing is not happening yet in the scale at which it is happening in other parts of the world, largely because the Navy is there and we provide good transparency and visibility. So in many ways we are that deterrent force which wants to prevent all these kind of threats. You see, there is no piracy activity anywhere close to the Indian coast. We often don't realize how the Navy contributes to the national economy. You consider this, in Punjab the farmer grows basmati rice. It gets shipped all over to the world. You have that rice going to the Americas, that same rice going to Europe. How does it go? It can't go by aircraft. Most of this, almost entirely, goes by ships. So that farmers' profit is dependent on whether these ships have a low insurance premium. If there is threat, instability in the oceans, the insurance premiums go up, the farmer's profit also comes down. I've just given you that basmati rice and farmer as an example, but this more or less applies to everything. Whether the crude oil we import, the other products that India exports, most of it goes through the seas. And to ensure that these seas remain safe is what the Navy is doing.
I want to perhaps also, put the spotlight a little bit on many a times this, somewhere it is seen as a criticism, somewhere it is seen as an argument that has been put forth, especially the role of our neighboring countries, belligerent they may be so. Sometimes they say that the Indian Navy is overburdened when it comes to the HADR roles that we essentially play. If we have a direct comparison with our neighbors, they do not engage in that. Does that take away the main focus of the Indian Navy when our focus is essentially on enlarging or perhaps burdening the Indian Navy? Or would you say the word burdening in itself is a problematic issue here? But if you have a direct comparison with the other nations, their role in the HADR operations versus Indian Navy's role in HADR.
The Navy is an instrument of military power to meet the national strategic goals. We are very clear right from the top leadership. Where we are sitting right now, for example, is perhaps it's the teeth of the fleet, armed to the teeth with anti-ship missiles, land attack missiles, AMD capability. It's a threat for anyone who wants to mess with us, that is, of course. Having said that, throughout the year, the fleets do carry out a lot of training internally. We do a lot of wargaming. You would have seen the tropics which happens, like one we had last year, or the exercise Paschimi Leher, Purvi Leher. These are a relatively higher scale, larger exercises. And by and large, throughout the year, we are involved in this. There is no resting or non-military action at any point in time in the year. There is action happening all the time. And I don't think the Navy is in the business of going and trying to advertise that we did this, we did that throughout the year. Despite that, we have enough capacity and leeway to go and do HADR also. It's not that one is at the cost of the other. I think we manage our plans well, our forecast. We've really matured as a Navy in the last 30 years and more so in the last 10-15 years, where we can meet all the... You look at tsunami 2004. It's not that I'm fighting a war throughout the year. I'm preparing for it all the time. But when tsunami struck, which was that one Navy which was everywhere, including in harbors which were not considered safe for navigation? Only the Indian Navy.
Captain Bala, you mentioned about the platform. I mean, you're talking about the teeth. We're sitting on a stealth frigate, so to say, an indigenously built war platform. And now we have 19 naval, foreign navy ships around us. If we have to compare the might or the technological strength of the Indian Navy to our friendly foreign navies, where are we placed in terms of pure capability, pure technology, adoption of AI, adoption of high-tech systems? Where are we right now?
So purely in terms of equivalence of technology, I think if not superior, I'm telling you we are there. For the simple fact, let me give an example to this. When you exercise with a foreign navy, there has to be some takeaway, some value addition. One is we are trying to help a navy for them to gain the ropes. The other is there is some takeaway from us. You look at all the leading navies today, they all do come and exercise with us. I'm sure there is a lot of value for them to carry out these advanced level exercises. They are not these basic exercises. We indulge in advanced anti-aircraft drills, anti-missile drills, underwater warfare drills. If we are not good enough, who would want to come and play with us? So you look at, if I may use the cricket analogy, there are test playing nations. You want to go and play test with a country which is of your caliber. It's okay to go and make some statistics padding, as they say, with lesser capable teams. But in the end, you want to play those good countries, and that world test cricket is about that. The similar analogy is true for us. I can keep boasting, but the proof of the pudding is that everybody wants to come and exercise with the Navy. You see in a calendar year, the number of foreign ships come to India, number of times they invite us. I mean, the fact that we're going and rubbing shoulders with the best. We have Malabar, which has got the US Navy, the Japanese Navy, the Australian Navy. They're all there. And therefore, that itself is proof of the pudding as to how good we are. You spoke of AI. I think the armed forces, the Navy especially, has gone big time into AI. There is the Indian Navy Artificial Intelligence Incubation Center set up at Bangalore. We are there in Bangalore because the industry is also there. One would expect that Star Wars style, everything would take off on its own. That's a long way off for any Navy today, but we are working towards it. A lot of decision-making cycles, how the sensor fusion works, is being done with tapping into the parts of AI, and we are already getting into a lot of industry collaboration, and you will see the products very soon.
Captain Balab, I want to ask you with regards to the current situation that we see ourselves in, especially the role that the Navy plays in changing geopolitics, in changing times. Trade being one such aspect which seems to have been the biggest talking point, and that choke points are essentially something which falls in the maritime domain. Since you have been part of several ongoing operations also, do you think this is an extremely challenging moment from the naval perspective, especially with the given turbulent waters that we are in?
Challenging in terms of...
Challenging when I say that, you're looking at various choke points coming in, economic choke points, where the Indian Navy would essentially also play a pivotal role. Do you see that becoming perhaps a difficult situation in the days to come, or would you say that that is something that has been well managed by us?
So more than well managed, I would say foresight of the Navy. So in 2024, on 4th December, new Maritime Vision, the revision of that publication happened, where we said the India's maritime doctrine, we've made it a little more contemporary, but this is a cycle that we've been following. Having said that, if you see one of the earlier versions a few decades ago, even then the Indian Navy had forecasted, had the foresight to say that, look, these are the choke points and these are going to be a problem in the coming days. And we've been saying this for quite a few years, quite a few decades, and we've been preparing accordingly. There's no great deal in predicting the future. We, I think, are a Navy which is trying to shape the future, and therefore all these choke points, if you see our procurement cycle of what kind of technology we are procuring, what kind of platforms we are procuring, whom are we trying to engage with, what platforms we try to get on with, they all fall into place to prepare for the future. We are not into reacting to a situation. We firmly believe, and I say this in a doctrinal manner at an institutional Navy level, the senior hierarchy repeatedly brings this out, that as a Navy we must be ready to respond and not react. In that sense, the challenges are known. You would see the International Fusion Cell and IFC IOR, which is there. They bring out these white papers and they keep hosting it on their website. There are a lot of statistical data on that. They also do a lot of trend analysis. So the Navy is already saying that these are the things that are happening, and this is how we are going to shape internally and be ready to respond.
Captain Bala, let me end this by asking you, as a career naval officer who's seen generations now, what has really changed from the time that you started as a naval officer to someone who is commanding a ship? What has changed in the Indian Navy?
Well, I really envy the younger generation, because the kind of platforms that we have, what these platforms can do, the kind of engagement that I get to witness now with foreign navies, and the general stature that the Navy has, I do envy the younger generation. Suddenly I want to be 15 years younger, put my shoes into that of a specialist officer. The Navy was contemporary for most times, but the kind of cutting edge technology that is there, it is really exhilarating. And the kind of deployments that the Navy does, we are all over the globe. To be deployed such large, vast lands, interacting with these foreign navies, getting to witness their cultures, their technology and their enhancements, it's been an absolute treat.
So are we really approaching the Star Wars era of warfare, naval warfare?
Maybe in the future, but we're good to go for now. Maybe for the next decade, we are quite geared up.
Thank you very much, Captain Bala, for taking out the time. And I must say this, that while there is a massive foreign deployment here currently, we have Indian Navy typical to the fact that the manner they have always hosted guests in the best possible manner. They're doing the same. Thank you very much, Captain Bala, for taking out the time, speaking to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े,
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, in the latest, today is day 9 of the war, which is going on in West Asia. And in the latest, United States has struck a desalination plant, which is located in the Strait of Hormuz in Qashm Island, disconnecting essentially 30 villages of Iran and causing massive water shortages in those particular villages, damaging key infrastructure. We get you all the latest on this war, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. West Bengal Chief Secretary pulled up over protocol breach. Union Home Secretary seeks a detailed report by this evening. Big statement coming in from IRGC. IRGC claims they are ready for a large-scale 6-month war against US and Iran. After Iranian strikes on oil refineries, Israel hits back, targets oil depot in Tehran. Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi accuses United States of attacking freshwater desalination plant on the Gulf island. Trump claims US strikes wiped out 42 Iranian Navy ships, Air Force and communications. As the Iran war escalates, reports say that Iran's new supreme leader to be selected soon in a meeting. So, the new Iranian leadership is soon to take place in Iran. New Iranian leadership will be selected in a meeting soon. Now, in a big breaking news coming in at the top of this bulletin, and now IRGC meeting is going to take place. And now at the top of this bulletin, we are getting the details of another news coming in from Iran, where Iran claims that it is ready to wage on this war for another 6 months against United States and Israel. For another 6 months, IRGC says it is ready to continue with the war. Now remember, this is a very significant development, as Iran earlier said that it will not attack any of the Gulf nations. Now, if it is claiming that essentially the war will go on for another 6 months, so we are looking at attacks on Israel, especially because all the ballistic missiles of Iran, they may not reach United States, because the maximum that they can get to is 2,000 kilometers that we're talking about. But here we have another statement, a big statement by Iran, who claims that it is ready to fight this war for another 6 months and continue to wage this war against United States and Israel, who in fact carried out initial strikes on 28th of February. So a big statement by Iran. Of course, all the hopes of this war ending is shattered after this statement. We've already seen a statement by United States where they are already preparing for another 100 months. Essentially, we are talking about till the month of September this year, there is no hope that this war can end. So this big statement coming from IRGC, as we are already seeing how massive infrastructure is now being destroyed in Iran, in Israel, and across Gulf nations. In the latest, we have seen multiple strikes taking place on the oil depots, in fact, in Iran, damaging those key infrastructure. An attack on a desalination plant by United States as well in the Qashm Island in the Strait of Hormuz. So all of these structures are now being destroyed essentially by Iran as well, and also retaliatory strikes by Israel as well. All right, viewers, so essentially what I'll take you through is the attacks on all the oil refineries that have taken place not only in Iran but also in Israel and across various Gulf nations. So let's start with the first slide here, where I'll take you through the attacks on oil refineries, oil depots, in fact, across the Gulf nations. So on 1st of March 2026, we saw how an oil tanker at Duqm port was attacked in Oman, in fact, what we saw on 1st of March. And on the very same day, another oil tanker came under attack at Salalah port in Oman. So these were the two strikes that took place. In fact, both of them were intercepted, but of course, debris caused massive fire and smokes in the region. Now, 2nd of March, we are seeing an attack on Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura refinery. We are essentially talking about a Aramco facility in Ras Tanura, a big facility, of course, above 5 lakh barrels per day is what this particular refinery processes. On 2nd of March, we saw another attack which took place, in fact, in Kuwait. It was on the facility of Mina Al Ahmadi refinery. So another refinery attacked on 2nd of March, a day after, on 1st of March, multiple attacks in the Gulf nation. And 2nd of March, another attack on Ras Laffan industrial city, again in Qatar this time we are talking about. Of course, we have seen Qatar Energy also shutting down all of its operations as of now. And on 2nd of March, again an attack on Qatar in Misaid industrial city. So a major blow here as well as another oil depot attacked in Qatar. Then moving on to 2nd of March, on the same day, Fujairah oil terminal was caught on fire in UAE. Of course, drone strikes, missile strikes are being carried out by Iran in retaliation to the strikes that took place on 28th of February. And on the very same day, another attack in UAE on Musafa oil terminal. We are talking about a big damage there on the oil terminal. Now, let's move on to the 5th of March attack, which took place in Bahrain on the Bapco Energies refinery. So this is essentially a very important, crucial oil refinery, which is located in Bahrain. Multiple attacks by Iran on multiple facilities, but this oil refinery hit on 5th of March. So this is the latest that we are seeing in Bapco. Of course, we are seeing multiple strikes taking place across Gulf nations, not just Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Saudi, all of these. In fact, Republic TV exclusively reached out to Aramco and asked what it is going to do as the Strait of Hormuz remained choked. And that is how we got a reply saying that we are providing an alternative route for the shipping companies. So this statement that we saw coming out from Aramco, which clearly stated that if the oil companies cannot function properly from Strait of Hormuz, that is what we are seeing happening in the past couple of days. It is going to provide an alternative route to the shipping companies, and of course going to also provide the route through Yanbu port, which is located in Saudi Arabia. So the ships then go to the Red Sea and then pass through the Cape of Good Hope, which passes through Yemen. So of course, a lot of volatile situation there, as well as Yemen's Houthi militia, which is not in fact active as of now, can attack as well. All right, so a big breaking news coming in where IRGC is claiming that it has hit Kuwait's Al Adiri base. So now this comes after Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has apologized and said that will not carry out any sort of attacks on the neighboring Gulf nations. But again, a big breaking news that we're getting is that now IRGC is hitting Kuwait's Al Adiri base. So of course, seems like Iran is outraged completely, because we've already seen the strikes yesterday evening, how the strikes were carried out by Israel on multiple oil depots. You can see on your screen in Tehran, in Alborz, in Karaz, various provinces. In fact, we are talking about more than 30 provinces came under attack, where these multiple oil refineries, oil depots and tankers were hit by the Israeli missiles and drones. And essentially, I think that is the reason why Iran is now furious that time and again, even after the apology and even after all of these statements saying that we're not going to attack the Gulf neighboring nations. Israel and US continue their strikes on Iran, damaging key infrastructure. So these are the visuals that we're getting you from Tehran, in fact, where you can see how a massive fire is happening there. Huge explosions are being heard in the neighborhood and multiple attacks happening. But in the latest, IRGC is claiming that it has now attacked Al Adiri base in Kuwait. All right, shifting our focus to national news, the West Bengal political storm has garnered reactions, multiple reactions in fact, ranging from Union Minister Giriraj Singh to BJP MP Sangeeta Yadav, all of them now slamming the West Bengal Mamata Banerjee government and Chief Minister herself for such disrespect as was shown to the president. Now, and that is not all. The BJP national spokesperson, in fact, CR Kesavan we are talking about, has also commented on the matter, and the BJP has reacted that says, in fact, that there is BJP MP Khamenei Murmi and Shehzad Poonawala who are claiming the responsibility of such disrespect lies with Mamata Banerjee, in fact. All right, take a listen.
ममता बनर्जी शायद रात में कौन कहे दिन में सपना देखती है कि बंगाल की वो मुख्यमंत्री नहीं, बंगाल की प्राइम मिनिस्टर अपने को सोचती है और बंगाल के जो हालात बना दिए वो राष्ट्रपति पर टिप्पणी करने के बजाय कभी अपने कुकृत्यों पर सोचे। जो बांग्लादेशी मुसलमानों को अवैध तरीके से नागरिकता देना, वोट का अधिकार देने के लिए धरना देना, इस पर कभी रात को विचार करे। क्या ममता बनर्जी बंगाल का सोहरावर्दी पीएम था, वही दूसरी ममता बनर्जी आ गई है क्या?
आदिवासी समाज का अपमान, राष्ट्रपति पद का अपमान, संविधान का अपमान is TMC's only पहचान. The TMC has insulted the position and the post of the Honorable President, who is the first Adivasi President of this country. They have disrespected the Constitution. The manner in which the government has been lackadaisical and completely wanting in both fulfilling protocol and preparedness for the International Adivasi Conclave program. Nobody from Mamata Banerjee's government or cabinet was there to receive the Honorable President. They also did not allow the International Adivasi Conclave, Santhali Conclave, to take place at the venue where Adivasis are in large population. They denied permission even though arrangements could have been made there, and even in the place where they arranged it, the entire protocol and preparedness was missing. It was done extremely shabbily. It seems that they have a hatred for anybody who's occupying constitutional position. They hate the constitutional positions. They threatened Election Commission. Kalyan Banerjee did that recently. They have threatened CGI. They have threatened other constitutional position holders. They threaten ECI regularly from BLO to ECI. They've also had a completely different stand, an aggressive stand against Adivasi MP, where Khamenei Murmuji was beaten up black and blue by the TMC Karyakartas. We have seen them disrespecting position of Prime Minister, Speaker, Chief Justice of India, Election Commission, and now even the President of India, who comes from Adivasi community, was not spared. This is insult of both the Samvidhan of Ambedkar ji and also an insult of the Adivasi community. It is shameful that the Congress party, which claims to be a big champion of Constitution and of Adivasi Samaj, is silent even though this treatment was given by the TMC government. What is the reason for their silence?
The TMC's Jungle Raj regime, which has deliberately disrespected and brazenly insulted our Honorable President of India, has completely violated cherished principles of protocol, propriety and decorum in our constitutional democracy and public life. This shameful misconduct of Mamata Banerjee's TMC is indefensible, unacceptable and most reprehensible.
Now let us also listen in to what President Draupadi Murmu said on West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Take a look.
वहाँ का स्थिति थोड़ा इतना मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगा, तो मैंने सोचा जाके देखे। यहाँ तो बहुत अच्छा है, इतना बड़ा फील्ड है, यहाँ तो इतने सारे लोग आ सकते हैं, लेकिन पता नहीं क्या हुआ, क्या मन में समाया है उनका, वो जाने। लेकिन मैं बहुत दुखी हूँ, लेकिन यहाँ आके बहुत खुश लगा कि वहाँ के लोग, वहाँ भी लोग क्योंकि बहुत दूर है, वहाँ नहीं पहुँच पा रहे हैं। शायद उनके मन में था कोई ना आए और प्रेसिडेंट ऐसे ही घूम के चले जाए। आज उनका मन में ऐसा है तो फिर वो भी धन्यवाद है, क्योंकि जनरली देखा जाए तो प्रेसिडेंट आते हैं तो चीफ मिनिस्टर भी आना चाहिए। मंत्री भी आना चाहिए, लेकिन चीफ मिनिस्टर मैडम भी आए नहीं। लेकिन मैं भी बंगाल का ही बेटी हूँ, बंगाल में बहुत क्यों आने ही नहीं देते। ममता दीदी मेरे बहन भी है, छोटे बहन है, पता नहीं मुझे कोई गुस्सा किए होंगे, इसीलिए वहां जाके प्रोग्राम करा, कोई बात नहीं।
So a big controversy there in West Bengal. Now taking a short break, but coming up, big statement coming in from IRGC. IRGC claims that they are ready for a large-scale 6-month war against United States and Iran after Iranian strikes on oil refineries. Israel hits back, targets oil depot in Tehran. Now, oil depot was hit in Tehran in retaliatory strikes by Israel as the war rages on in West Asia.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة، سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems, the U.S. deployed air, naval, and surveillance power across the region.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع
we have to also now look at those who are defending these borders. What goes behind the mindset of those who are defending our borders? This is a story from comfort to courage, how the warrior mindset is actually built, and especially for the youth. Nations are not built by comfort, they are built by courage. India's youth today should not be only dreaming big, but they should also stand strong and to inspire the next generation with discipline, resilience, and patriotism. I welcome on the stage Indian Army officer and motivational speaker, Captain Yashika Tyagi on the stage. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Nationalist Collective, for giving me this stage. It is always the glory of the stage. It is always the power of the stage that helps ideas to reach audiences. The speakers before me have spoken so powerfully about the harsh realities. It is imperative for me to hail the thoughts. Today, each one of us is having a goosebumps moment when we think of what are the challenges, of what are the realities, what can be the consequences. And let me tell you, any nation, anywhere on this planet Earth is never identified only by its weaponry or by its armed forces. Nations are identified by the mindset and the character of the citizens. More so, it bores very important for us because in our country, majority of the population is youth. और इस स्टेज के ऊपर जब खड़े होकर एक से एक स्पीकर्स आते हैं और आपके साथ अपनी जिंदगी और अपना प्रोफेशन शेयर करते हैं और नेशनलिस्ट कलेक्टिव की एक मैंडेट को आपके सामने रखते हैं कि हम लाए हैं तूफान से कश्ती निकाल के, इस देश को रखना मेरे बच्चों संभाल के. And so today, I take this honor to give my 2 cents to share what is a warrior mindset. Because coming days are going to be very important for our country. ये दुनिया हमें देख रही है और बहुत ज़्यादा तारीफ और तालियों के साथ नहीं देख रही, चैलेंज के साथ देख रही है. We are a threat to the existing situations, to the existing systems. India is a growth story. World likes it or not. और इसको आगे ले जाने वाले यही यूथ है. So when we speak of warriors, the thought that comes to mind is uniforms, medals, tanks, strafing aircrafts, warships. But let me tell you, I am not here today to speak about war. I'm here to speak about a mindset. I'm here to speak about that warrior mindset that does not shake, that remains steady when the world around is going mad. A mindset that speaks of resilience. A mindset that does not quit. A mindset that says, जंग जीतना जरूरी है, आज नहीं तो कल, लेकिन ये जंग हम जीत के रहेंगे. So, wearing olive greens today, as I come from armed forces, I take this liberty today to speak about men in blue. Well, did you think men in blue means cricket team? Well, I am speaking about the Indian Air Force. And as an army officer, it is my singular honor to hail another force here. And that is what is called a team spirit. So today I am going to speak about three very important points that I call the warrior mindset for the youth. Courage, confidence, and clarity. And let us take one story each for all of these three words. And all these three stories come from men in blue, the men who rule the sky. Incidentally, as T20 World Cup is going on, let me connect men in blue also to the cricketing world. Ladies and gentlemen, we may be sitting in media houses, we may be sitting in offices, we may be sitting in research rooms, we may be sitting in hospitals, we may be sitting in whichever place we are working, we are all Team India. Together, we take India ahead. Well, 2019, it is the same time of the year, same timeline that we saw the Pulwama attack. Valentine's Day turned into Black Day, 14th of February. Brave 40 Jawans of CRPF were martyred. We were given a free hand, probably very rare times in earlier days. But now, Badalta Bharat, Ubharta Bharat, Naya Bharat, armed forces were given a carte blanche. And this time, Indian Air Force took the lead. We took our time. We identified the targets. We identified where we are going to give that punishing blow. And we chose Balakot. We chose Balakot, Java Top, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, deep inside Pakistani territory. That was a message to the world. We mean business. We went inside. You know, the story is very interesting, and it is very important for me not to just give you, the line that we bombed the terror camp. Let me give you a little background, because devil lies in details. How did we prepare for this? Do you know, this operation by Indian Air Force was given a very, very interesting name. It was called Operation Bandar. And why it was given the name Operation Bandar? So that even if Pakistan snoops in our digital world, they come to know a word that is just so non-serious and inconsequential. Operation Bandar. Indian Army launched Operation Zafran. Slowly, gradually, we were shoring up our forces onto the borders. Indian Navy was already conducting a mega exercise in Arabian Sea. The international maritime boundaries were already having our warships and submarines. तीनों तरफ से तैयार थे. कहीं से भी हमला कर सकते थे. Pakistan knew that India is going to give it back. कैसे, कब, कहाँ? आओगे अपनी मर्जी से, पर जाओगे तब और उस हालत में जो हम तुम्हारे लिए डिसाइड करेंगे. On the day of 26th of February, Indian airspace was just as routine as could be. Routine sorties were taking place. And then, Sukhoi 30 flew from somewhere in western sector. Pakistan's radars caught it. Pakistan's combat air patrols thought, oh my God, Now we know Indian Air Force is going to attack on Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. From somewhere in northern sector, the package of MiG-21s flew. Pakistan thought, oh my God, they are going to hit the terror camps in Pokhara. But somewhere from central India, the whole package of Mirage 2000s rose. But they did not fly directly to the LOC. They flew towards Agra, Bareilly, refueling, and then turned and went towards LOC and then zipped inside. It was Mirage 2000s with a very small radar signature. Went zipping inside. By the time Pakistan came to know what is going to happen, we were already inside. Balakot, Java top, precision guided bombs were already falling on the targets. We went there, did our job, came back. Now we knew Pakistan is going to react. As I told you, Indian Army, Navy, Air Force, everything was ready. The return came from Pakistan the very next day. On our blips, on our radars of Indian Air Force, we could see many red blips. The signatures of F-16, signatures of JF-17s. We were ready. And here comes the glorious story of Abhinandan Vartman. MiG-21 upgraded Bison taking on F-16s. Oh my God. R-73 logged, hit, and we saw the F-16 fading off from the radars. But we had the casualty. The aircraft was hit. Abhinandan Vartman fell in enemy territory. We all remember those visuals. What I want to tell the youth of India is, did Abhinandan Vartman panic? Did he shout out? Did he cry mercy? No. Cool, calm. First, he destroyed those documents that were on his person. And even when he was caught and brutally manhandled, the man kept his gait, the chin up, the shoulders back. Look at his walk like a lion. Tells you what confidence looks like. Tells you what faith looks like. He had done his job and he had faith in his motherland that he will be brought back. It also brings me to a lesson for the youth today, and that is respond, but never react. Reaction is always going to be knee-jerk. Reaction is always going to be impulsive. When you imagine the word reaction in your mind, the mental picture itself is like patake baj rahe hain dimag mein. When you think of the word response, it automatically lowers down your heartbeat. It automatically brings you down to a cool, calm composure. We did not react the day Pulwama happened. We took our time, we gauged our responses, and that's how we went ahead. That brings me to the second story of the day. And that is, oh, by the way, 1st of March, that is tomorrow, Abhinandan Vartman came back home. And that glorious, glorious images stay on in our minds. Let me give you a second example and let me take you to the icy heights of Kargil. It is Operation Vijay. Indian Air Force joins May 27th as Operation Safed Sagar. As they came in, Flight Lieutenant Nachiketa was flying MiG-27. As he was flying over those difficult mountain terrains, trying to identify where enemy is, and dropping the rockets, You know, at that altitude, the air is rarefied and the rocket missed the target. But at the same time, there was a surge in the engine. The aircraft caught fire. Nachiketa ejected, landed in enemy territory. Just at that time, there was another MiG-21 in the airspace, and this aircraft was on a reconnaissance mission, being flown by squadron leader Ajay Ahuja. He was asked to locate where Nachiketa has fallen, knowing fully well the dangers. Squadron leader Ajay Ahuja flew low. He could find out the exact location where Nachiketa had fallen, but by this time his aircraft was hit by enemy's Stinger missile, the shoulder-to-air missiles. He fell. The aircraft fell. Squadron leader Ajay Ahuja ejected. Against Geneva Convention, which says that a person on parachute, since does not have an advantage, cannot be fired upon. But then this is Pakistan we are talking about. He was shot, and when he fell, he was killed on point blank. Third incident. One of our choppers was again hit by enemy's Stinger missile. In middle of the operation. And this is where I bring in the second point of confidence. In middle of the operations, Indian Air Force went back on the drawing board. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is not confidence, what is? You are not demarcated by the egoist silos. Oh, decision once done, we will not revert. No. You gauge a situation. You be alert. You decide your strategies and your tactics as per how the situations are unfolding. You are open to calibration, and that is the beauty of Indian Armed Forces. Indian Air Force went back to the drawing board. And now they decided that since Stinger missiles have a range of about 28,000 feet, none of our aircraft is going to fly below 30,000 feet. Since MiG-27 lost the target because of the rarefied air, they brought in the Brahmastra and they brought in the Mirage 2000s with precision-guided laser bombs. And after that, Operation Safed Sagar was a resounding history. Do you know that in the initial days, these 3 accidents that happened, throughout Operation Vijay, Indian Air Force के एक भी जहाज को खरोच तक नहीं आई. Enemy fired more than 100 Stinger missiles, but none found its target. What does it mean to you? Ladies and gentlemen, preparation always rises above the panic. In armed forces, we have a maxim that more you sweat in peace, less you bleed in war. You have an interview, oh, you panic. You have someone trolling you on digital media, oh, you panic. You have a very difficult test, oh, you panic. Let me tell you, more you are prepared, more you are cool and calm. And then it is not adrenaline that is flowing. Then it is the mindset of a warrior that comes on ahead. Sometimes silence is also a very big weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to my third point, and that is clarity. When there is clarity of mind, the sharp decisions are made. When sharp decisions are made, the execution is surgical. And when the execution is surgical, the collateral damage, it may be emotional, it may be physical, is always minimized. And what better example than Operation Sindoor? Clarity of intent. You know, whenever there are situations of national sensitivity, emotions overflow. But a warrior never reacts to emotions. A warrior always takes its time. I already gave you example what happened after Pulwama. I already gave you example what happened after the first 3 casualties of aircrafts in Operation Vijay. Third time, Operation Sindoor, we took our time. Clarity of intent. What is to be done? How it is to be done? And till where we have to go and stop. That is clarity of intent, and that is leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, pause before you speak. These are the tenets of warrior mindset that I'm sharing with you. Pause before you speak. Think before you act. And always choose dignity over drama. Do not panic. Cultivate your thoughts. Read, write. Think critically. Speak to people. Understand what situation is unfolding. Cultivate your body, because in a healthy mind stays a healthy mind. Develop the ability to have difficult conversations. And always know, it is not important to have a victory right then and there. It is the end goal that matters. जीतना जरूरी है, जरूरी नहीं है कि अभी ही जीतना है. It is the long game we are focusing at. So ladies and gentlemen, with these 3 very powerful tools of warrior mindset that I shared from Indian Air Force, the clarity of intent, the confidence, and the courage, I wish you all the best, and I hope that you will always keep in your mind that you are the future of this nation, and this nation is looking at you. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة، سرجنا طاح المرتفع.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the West Asia war, because there has been a new claim by the IRGC that they are prepared for a 6-month-long war. So what does it exactly mean? We'll get you all the details of that and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. West Bengal Chief Secretary pulled up over protocol breach. Union Home Secretary seeks a detailed report by this evening. Big statement coming in from the IRGC. IRGC claims they are ready for a large-scale 6-month war against US and Iran after Iranian strikes on oil refineries. Israel hits back targets oil depot in Tehran. Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi accuses US of attacking fresh water desalination plant on Gulf Island. And Abbas Araghchi has claimed that the United States of America has hit a desalination plant. Trump claims US strikes wiped out 42 Iranian Navy ships, Air Force command center and communication systems. As the Iran war escalates, reports say that Iran's new supreme leader to be selected in a meeting. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story of the day. It's the biggest political story of the day. Now, Nishant Kumar, who is son of Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, has now joined the JDU, the General United, after Nitish Kumar has decided to move to the Rajya Sabha. Now, Nishant Kumar has stepped in to fill the political vacuum by positioning himself as a leader within the party. Now, today, he officially joined the party as a key member. We'll also show you the visuals of him joining the party. There he is, officially a member of the party. Yeah, officially he has joined today amongst the senior leadership of the party present, welcoming him to the party that was a grand welcome that he has received after he decided to come into active politics. So this is Nishant Kumar. He is the son of Nitish Kumar, and he has formally today joined the JDU days after the party chief has filed his nomination for a Rajya Sabha seat while in the presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Now, Nitish Kumar was the longest serving Chief Minister of Bihar. His decision to step down, now the workers were quite angry over this decision, and now Nishant has come in to fill that gap. Now, Nitish Kumar's decision to step down from the top post had triggered speculation over his successor, that is, who will be the successor in the JDU and in the state politics. All right. For more information, I'm being joined by my colleague Prakash for more details on this. So Prakash, this is now official. Nishant has officially joined the party and he'll be holding a key portfolio, a key role in the party. What details?
Well, Nishant Kumar has formally joined the JDU today, now giving a signal that after Nitish Kumar's probable exit, most likely next month or so, he will take over the mantle of the JDU and most likely is going to become the Deputy Chief Minister in the next government. And since Nitish Kumar has not been keeping well, he's moved on to the Rajya Sabha, he's filed a nomination, most likely he will win also. So in order to galvanize the party cadre as well as keep the JDU workers and the JDU party fold intact, it was apparent and there was no option for the JDU but to bring in Nishant Kumar, who is the son of Nitish Kumar. He is a reluctant politician, I can say that, and he's been kept away from the political glare for so long, and that is why he's joined the party right now at the age of 50. If Nitish Kumar had wanted, Nitish Kumar had always kept his family away from politics, and if he had wanted, he would have brought him 25 years ago. But Prakash, Nitish Kumar's ill health necessitated Nishant's entry. But
Prakash, the big question that everybody wants to know, who is going to be the next Chief Minister of Bihar? Any names? Prakash.
I'm not able to hear your question.
Prakash, who is going to be the next Chief Minister of Bihar? Any names doing round? Because it is being said that there will be a BJP Chief Minister, but the party workers of JDU also would like Nishant to be the next CM. Any details about that? The next Chief Minister face of Bihar?
That you will have to ask Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. The journalist in Delhi only can say that. And they are known for making surprises, but as far as the names doing the rounds are Samrat Chaudhary, Nityanand Rai, but there are...
Thanks a lot, Prakash, for the details, for sharing the latest updates.
Social...
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Prakash, for the details on this story. All right, viewers, now let's move on and get you all the top national stories now in Bharat in 1 minute. The state BJP ST Morcha staged a protest against West Bengal's CM Mamata Banerjee over yesterday's protocol lapses during President Draupadi Murmu's Bengal visit. This after a major political controversy erupted in West Bengal after President Draupadi Murmu expressed disappointment with the state government for changing the venue of the tribal conference in Darjeeling district and not adhering to the desired protocol to receive her at the event. The municipal corporation Municipal Corporation of Delhi, MCD, carried out a bulldozer action against the property of an accused in the Uttam Nagar murder case in Delhi. According to officials, action is being taken against the property linked to the accused Nizamuddin. Police have so far apprehended 7 people in connection with the case, including a minor. Further investigation into the matter is underway. Muthoot Group unveils a heartfelt tribute to extraordinary women who quietly power our everyday lives. The tribute is through a film that acknowledges the invaluable role women play in nurturing families and workplaces equally. The film shines a light on the often unnoticed and relentless efforts of women who seamlessly manage the demands of home, family care, and professional responsibilities. All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story. Now, Donald Trump once again have claimed that the United States has successfully wiped out most of the Iranian Navy. Donald Trump claimed that the US has sunk 44 Iranian naval ships and also claimed that the US has obliterated the Iranian Air Force, destroying each and every plane. Here's exactly what he said.
Accomplished more in 1 week than anyone thought possible. We've wiped out their Navy, 44 ships. We've wiped out their Air Force, every plane. We've wiped out most of their missiles. You see, the missiles aren't coming much anymore. We've also hit their manufacturing areas where they make the missiles very hard. Their drone capacity is way down. And we've hurt them where it hurts. Including about every form of leadership you can have, we've wiped out. The military is almost non-existent, if you look. We could hit the military itself very hard, but maybe we will, maybe we won't. We haven't made that determination.
When questioned about what exactly he meant by unconditional surrender, here's what he said.
Unconditional, not conditional. I said unconditional. It's where they cry uncle, or when they can't fight any longer, there's nobody around to cry uncle. That could happen too, because we've wiped out their leadership numerous times already. So it's if they surrender, or if there is nobody around to surrender, but they're rendered useless in terms of military.
When asked about whether Russia is supporting Iran in the war against the US, here's what he said.
No, I have had no indication of that whatsoever. If they are, they're not doing a very good job, because Iran is not doing too well.
Let's move on to another top story. The West Bengal political storm has garnered more reactions, ranging from Union Minister Giriraj Singh to BJP MP Sangeeta Yadav, all of them slamming the West Bengal government and CM for such disrespect as was shown to the president. And that's not all. BJP national spokesperson C.R. Keswan also commented on the matter, and many more reactions have come. The reactions didn't stop there. There's reaction from BJP MP Khagen Murmu and Shehzad Poonawala also, who have slammed the Mamata government over the protocol row for the president, that is Draupadi Murmu. Many reactions are coming. The political storm has garnered many reactions, ranging from Union Minister Giriraj Singh to BJP MP Sangeeta Yadav.
देश के 140 करोड़ जनता का अपमान है। जिस प्रकार से काल जो जैसे घटना घटे हैं, एक देश के महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जैसे कि देश के एक नंबर व्यक्ति जिसको आदिवासी, सिर्फ आदिवासी नहीं बल्कि देश के सारे लोग इस बात को भगवान के तरह इसको देखता है सब लोग, तो इसको अपमान किया, एक बात को अपमान किया। उसके बाद अब दूसरे तरफ अब देखेंगे तो एक आदिवासी महिला भी है, आदिवासी बेटी भी है, बंगाल के बेटी भी है, उड़ीसा के बेटी भी है, उनको अपमान किया है।
ममता बनर्जी शायद रात में कौन कहे दिन में सपना देखती है कि बंगाल की वो मुख्यमंत्री नहीं, बंगाल की प्राइम मिनिस्टर अपने को सोचती है, और बंगाल के जो हालात बना दिए वो राष्ट्रपति पर टिप्पणी करने के बजाय कभी अपने कुकृत्यों पर सोचे। जो बांग्लादेशी मुसलमानों को अवैध तरीके से नागरिकता देना, वोट का अधिकार देने के लिए धरना देना, इस पर कभी रात को विचार करे। क्या ममता बनर्जी बंगाल का सोहरावर्दी पीएम था, वही दूसरी ममता बनर्जी आ गई है क्या?
आदिवासी समाज का अपमान, राष्ट्रपति पद का अपमान, संविधान का अपमान is TMC's only पहचान. The TMC has insulted the position and the post of the Honorable President, who is the first Adivasi President of this country. They have disrespected the Constitution. The manner in which the government has been lackadaisical and completely wanting in both fulfilling protocol and preparedness for the International Adivasi Conclave program. Nobody from Mamata Banerjee's government or cabinet was there to receive the Honorable President. They also did not allow the International Adivasi Conclave, Santhali Conclave, to take place at the venue where Adivasis are in large population. They denied permission even though arrangements could have been made there, and even in the place where they arranged it, the entire protocol and preparedness was missing. It was done extremely shabbily. It seems that they have a hatred for anybody who's occupying constitutional position. They hate the constitutional positions. They threatened Election Commission. Kalyan Banerjee did that recently. They have threatened CGI. They have threatened other constitutional position holders. They threaten ECI regularly from BLO to ECI. They've also had a completely different stand, an aggressive stand against Adivasi MP, where Khagen Murmuji was beaten up black and blue by the TMC Karyakartas. We have seen them disrespecting position of Prime Minister, Speaker, Chief Justice of India, Election Commission, and now even the President of India, who comes from Adivasi community, was not spared. This is insult of both the Samvidhan of Ambedkar ji and also an insult of the Adivasi community. It is shameful that the Congress party, which claims to be a big champion of Constitution and of Adivasi Samaj, is silent even though this treatment was given by the TMC government. What is the reason for their silence?
The TMC's Jungle Raj regime, which has deliberately disrespected and brazenly insulted our Honorable President of India, has completely violated cherished principles of protocol, propriety and decorum in our constitutional democracy and public life. This shameful misconduct of Mamata Banerjee's TMC is indefensible, unacceptable and most reprehensible.
So this political row is escalating with the reactions coming in from both the sides, and also the Secretary has also written to the West Bengal Secretary on why the protocol was not given when it was required, because she is the President of India. Now let's move on, and also let us listen into what exactly President Draupadi Murmu said on West Bengal. All right, before that we'll go to Ravi Shankar Prasad, who is doing a press conference right now.
कोर्ट में, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अल्टीमेटली एक विशेष व्यवस्था की अपने विशेष अधिकारों का प्रयोग करते हुए आर्टिकल 142 में कि ये कहा कि जुडिशियल ऑफिसर्स ही ऑब्जेक्शन का निराकरण करेंगे, और आज हो रहा है। सारे जुडिशल ऑफिसर्स कर रहे हैं, और कुछ कमी हुई तो बगल के प्रदेश झारखंड और उड़ीसा से बुलाए गए। तो ये पूरा एसआईआर के आपत्ति का निराकरण कलकत्ता हाईकोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस के निर्देश पर हो रहा है, जिसके लिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आदेश हुआ है। तो आपकी आशंकाओं में निराकरण में कोर्ट ने ये कार्रवाई की है, फिर भी आपको परेशानियां धरने में बैठी हुई हैं। आपको याद होगा कि ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी चली गई थी बहस करने के लिए। अब क्या बहस किया मुझे नहीं मालूम है, जबकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बार बार कहा कि आपके योग्य वकील लोग खड़े हैं। क्या कहना चाहती है ममता जी? क्या सुप्रीम कोर्ट पर दबाव देना चाहती थी? ये सवाल मैं कर रहा हूं, मैं थोड़ा कानून समझता हूं। उसी के पहले आपको याद होगा पूरा जो वो ईडी का मामला हुआ था, जब इन्होंने फाइल छीन ली थी ईडी के पदाधिकारियों से, भागते भागते चली गई, तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बड़ी तल्ख टिप्पणी की थी, उसका सुप्रीम कोर्ट चली गई है खुद व्यक्तिगत रूप से। तो क्या चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर, क्या जुडिशरी, मोदी जी को तो जब जाते हैं बंगाल जितनी कोशिश होती है उनके कार्यक्रम को असफल करने के लिए, उनको जगह नहीं मिले। प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में बता रहा हूं, संघ वगैरह का तो कार्यक्रम होता है तो शायद कोर्ट से उनको परमिशन लेना पड़ता है, तब उनको जगह मिलती है। बाकी महिलाओं के साथ क्या क्या हुआ है यहां मैं बताने की जरूरत नहीं समझता, चाहे वो मटुआ महिलाएं हों, चाहे वो मेडिकल की स्टूडेंट्स हों, तृणमूल के गुंडे जो भी अत्याचार करते हैं वहां की पुलिस खड़ी रहती है और ममता जी उनको संरक्षण देती है। तो क्या महिला कल्याण, पत्रकारों का हाल भी आपने सुना होगा, कितने पिटते हैं वो अगर थोड़ा भी उन्होंने आपत्ति किया। विपक्ष की बात तो छोड़ दीजिए, बताने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। और घोर असंवैधानिक काम, खुलेआम घुसपैठियों को अंदर लाना, घोर असंवैधानिक काम। नगर निकाय के चुनाव में विपक्ष का कोई उम्मीदवार पर्चा नहीं दाखिल करेगा और वोट नहीं देने दिया जाएगा। मैंने खुद जाके देखा है और आपको आज बताऊं, मैं 3 बार गया था जांच करने के लिए। तो गांव में हमारी एक बड़ी महिला कार्यकर्ता को बहुत पीटा थे उम्मीदवार थी, तो उसकी बहू थी, वो पेट से थी। वो सब मैंने देखा, उसके घर को तोड़ दिया था। तो पत्रकार लोग भी आए तो उनको देख के बहुत गांव के लोग गुस्सा आ गए, तुम लोग कहाँ थे? तो बाद में हमने पूछा कि क्यों तुमसे गुस्सा है ये लोग? कहा हम लोग को भी कहाँ आने देते हैं, वो तुम आपके पीछे पीछे आए हैं, वरना हम लोग को भी गांव में आने नहीं देते हैं वो। जी ये हाल है पत्रकारों की। ममता जी के राज में बंगाल में सिर्फ एक व्यक्ति का स्वागत होता है, वो है घुसपैठिए, आ जाओ, दरवाजा खुला है, तुम्हारा स्वागत है। याद करिए सीबीआई जो जांच करने गई थी उनके डीजीपी के यहां धरने में बैठ गई थी करप्शन के आलोक को लेकर, जिसको कोर्ट ने सही नहीं माना था। तो क्या जुडिशरी, क्या प्रधानमंत्री, क्या चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर, क्या इलेक्शन कमीशन, क्या विपक्ष, क्या मीडिया, सब पर ममता जी की सरकार और ममता जी के निर्देश पर विरोध नहीं अत्याचार होता है। और ये संविधान की बात लोग करते हैं। कृपया करके ममता जी संविधान की बात करना बंद करें। आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट ममता जी, प्लीज स्टॉप मेकिंग ए फसाद ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इज इन डेंजर। If you cannot give respect to the President of India, who is apart from being the constitutional head, is the supreme commander of armed forces, hails from a tribal community, a distinguished lady, और आप बात करती है संविधान के खतरे की। मैं तो राष्ट्रपति जी की बहुत तारीफ करूंगा, क्या संयम से उन्होंने टिप्पणी की है कि ममता जी मेरी छोटी बहन है, लगता है नाराज है, यही उन्होंने कहा बस। मतलब अगर आदिवासी अगर के फिल्म फेस्टिवल में पार्टिसिपेट करते तो क्या आपको परेशानी हो जाती क्या? वो कोई वोट मांगने का धंधा हो रहा था क्या? ये है इनकी स्थिति। तो इनकी हम बहुत ही भर्त्सना करते हैं। राष्ट्रपति जी का जो अपमान हुआ है, पूरी भारत सरकार और पूरी हमारी पार्टी खड़ी है। हम इस पूरे अपमान का पूरा तिरस्कार करते हैं। ममता जी, आपकी हम भर्त्सना करते हैं। आपने शर्मिंदा करने वाला आचरण किया है जो आज तक आजाद भारत में भारत के किसी भी राष्ट्रपति के साथ नहीं हुआ है। तो इसलिए हमने पूरी भर्त्सना की इसकी। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि पूरे देश में एक संदेश जाना चाहिए कि ममता जी की तानाशाही प्रवृत्ति इतनी बढ़ गई है कि शी हैज बिकम ए लॉ अनटू हरसेल्फ, कि मैं जो चाहूंगी करूंगी मेरे प्रदेश में। ये ठीक नहीं है। देश चलता है लोकतंत्र से, लोकलाज से, शुचिता से और संस्थाओं के सम्मान से। ममता जी ने निर्णय किया है कि मैं किसी भी संस्था का सम्मान नहीं करूंगी। तो ये सब हमारी कुछ पीड़ा थी, चिंता थी, तो ये मैंने आपके सामने रखा। अब आपके कोई सवाल हो तो बताइए फिर।
जी the TMC have come out and they are saying that BJP is using the post of the president for the political gains. And secondly, today Mamata Banerjee is seen on a stage playing dhamsha, which is a traditional Adivasi instrument. So on one hand, as you said, the private president has been insulted, and on the other hand, she is playing dhamsha.
The first part is, it is shameful and nonsense to commit that we are using the president. Very unfortunate, deplorable, condemnable. The president has gone for a Santhal Film Festival function. What is so political about it? And what instrument she is playing, I can only say guilt consciousness. हाँ, उनको समझ में आ रहा है कि आदिवासी नाराज हो गए हमसे, निश्चित नाराज होंगे। उनके फिल्म फेस्टिवल में संथाल समूह के लोगों को आपने आने नहीं दिया,